Hello everyone. I am your dark narrator here to guide you today. I know many of you use this video to help you drift off to sleep, but before you do, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also drop a comment letting us know where you're from and what time you're watching. Now settle in, get comfortable, and relax. I slowly opened my eyes. My head was swimming and a dull pain surrounded my throat. I was thirsty. That was the first thing I noticed. I licked my dry lips as my surroundings faded into focus. My body ached, and I realized it was because I was tightly bound to a metal chair in the middle of an empty room. The barren concrete walls were stained and dirty. The floor beneath my bare feet was cold and slightly wet. A single bulb lit the room, dangling from the ceiling by a string. It cast moving shadows, and I blinked back darkness. An open door stood before me, but I couldn't see anything but the wall of a hallway. I tried to clear my head, tried to remember how I got here. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced myself not to panic. I slowed my breathing and focused my thoughts, desperately trying to summon some recollection of why I was here. I couldn't remember anything. I opened my eyes and exhaled, my parched throat throbbing. I could hear sound echoing off the hallway walls outside the door. Screaming, clanging, howling, all very distant, but that did nothing to help calm my nerves. "Hello?" I cried, the word tearing at my vocal cords. I felt my chest hitch in pain, but I cleared my throat and yelled again. "Is anyone there? Hello?" The dark hallway remained silent except for the constant echoes. I shut my mouth and tried to wriggle free of my bindings, but the rope was knotted impossibly tight. I fought back against my imagination as it flooded my mind with horrific scenarios of what awaited me. If I could only remember. Suddenly, footsteps erupted from outside the door, a rapid patter of small feet. My hopes rose, and I trained my attention on the door, praying it was help. A young boy ran into the room, dressed in a red once, complete with padded feet. Stretched over his face was a plastic devil mask. The eye holes revealed massive blue eyes that greeted me curiously. Taken back, I opened my mouth to speak, but that's when I noticed something was off. His eyes were huge, impossibly round and bulging from their sockets. It sent a shiver of unease down my spine, but I shook it off. This child might be able to free me. "Hey!" I hissed urgently. "Hey kid, can you get me out of here?" The boy took a step closer, cocking his head but remaining silent. I rattled my bound arms against the chair. "Cut me free, please. I shouldn't be here. This is some kind of mistake." The boy eyed me behind his strange mask and stopped directly in front of me. He leaned in close and whispered, his voice like wet silk. "You did a bad thing." Confused, I shook my head. No, this is a mistake. I didn't do anything." The boy's enormous blue eyes suddenly filled with sadness. "Oh, you did a really, really bad thing." I shook my head again violently. "No. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Just please get me out of this chair." Suddenly, before either of us could speak again, a man came charging into the room. He was overweight and dressed in overalls, his grizzled face twisted in seething anger. He was holding a sawed-off shotgun in his arms. "I didn't do anything," I cried as he advanced on us, my voice cracking. "I'm not supposed to be here." The big man ignored me and instead grabbed the kid and shoved him hard against the wall. The boy grunted as his back struck the concrete and his eyes rose to meet the grizzled man's. Wordlessly, the man raised his shotgun, placed it against the boy's forehead, and blew his head off. Chunks of gore splattered the wall as shock slugged me in the stomach like an iron fist. My ears rang and time seemed to slow as I watched in horror as the headless body crumpled to the ground. My breath rushed back into my lungs and time seemed to readjust. "Jesus fucking Christ," I screamed, straining against the ropes, my eyes bulging in horrific shock. "What the fuck?" The man ignored my screams as he bent down and picked up the boy. He slung the ruined corpse over his shoulder and walked out the doorway. Suddenly, the hallway erupted with malicious laughter, a chorus of voices all howling in glee. I shut my eyes, the noise deafening, as absolute terror filled my every pore. After a few moments, the laughter faded and I cautiously opened my eyes, unable to believe what I had just witnessed. "Hello?" I jumped as I realized there was another man standing before me. He was dressed in a simple white button-down shirt and jeans. His brown hair was cut short and he appeared to be in his early 30s. His green eyes were dull and lifeless, his full lips pulled down at the corners. "What is going on? Where am I?" I cried, new fear pooling in my stomach like hot blood. The man crossed his arms. So you're the new one, huh? He shook his head. You people disgust me. Questions bubbled on my lips, but he waved them off with a sharp chop of his hand, slicing the air and demanding my silence. He ran his tongue over his teeth, sneering. You look like you've already seen some of the horrors this place holds, huh? Yes, I can tell by the look in your eyes. You're terrified. You've seen something, haven't you? It doesn't seem all that bad now, does it, looking back? You've been here 5 minutes and already you're shitting your pants. Where am I? I gasped, unable to hold back any longer. What do you people want? The man crossed his arms behind his back. I bet you want to get out of here, don't you? I bet you'd like to go back to your home, your family, everything. Please, I interrupted. Whatever I did to you, I'm sorry, I really am, but I don't remember. The man rolled his eyes. You didn't do anything to me, you did it to yourself, you really don't remember anything? I shook my head and felt tears brimming in my eyes. Liquid fear. The man looked at me with contempt. You waited until your wife left for work and then you went out to the woodshed and hung yourself. You're dead. The recent memory rose in my mind like a monster from a bog. My eyes went wide. As much as I wanted to deny it, he was right. I had killed myself. The incident tore through my brain like a bullet train and left me reeling. I'm Danny, by the way, the man said, ignoring the shocked look on my face. And I'm number 2 here. I run the orientation process. I want to make this quick because I'm tired of repeating this fucking thing to you pathetic suicidals. You get one question before I begin. He stared down at me and I scrambled to organize my thoughts into something cohesive. This was all horrifying. Why had I killed myself? I fought against the fog and panic, and the mists of confusion slowly began to lift. I had just lost my job. Yes, that was the start. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced more of the memory to emerge. I had lost my job and I was about to lose the house. My wife, Tess, she found out and was going to leave me. I didn't have any way out, didn't have any options. Getting fired had come out of the blue and I didn't have much in savings. I was broke, soon to be homeless, and my wife hated me for it. There was something else. Yes, that's right. She had been cheating on me. I had seen texts on her phone while she slept one night and confirmed my suspicions. My life had degraded to shit and I had run out of options. Humiliated and ashamed, I had decided death was my only option. Hey, fucker, do you have a question or not? Danny said, snapping his fingers in front of my face. I was sucked back into reality and I asked the only question that mattered. Is this hell? Danny snorted. That's always what you people ask. He began to pace back and forth in front of me. No, this is not hell. It's not heaven either. This is the Black Farm. And no, I didn't name it that. This is where God sends the souls who have ended their own life. Suicidals. You see, he doesn't really know what to do with you, and neither does the devil. There are genuinely good people who kill themselves. Seems cruel to banish them to hell for all eternity for a moment of weakness, right? Personally, I think God and the devil were just tired of arguing about it, and so they send them here to the Black Farm. Did God create this place? I asked, growing more and more confused. Danny spit on the floor, chuckling. Sure, at some point, but he lost control of it when he put the pig in charge. What's the pig? I asked, unsure I wanted to know the answer. Danny held up a hand, annoyed. Can I fucking finish? God created this place eons ago, put the pig in charge, and then forgot about it for a while. Well, when his back was turned, the pig decided to use his new powers to try and create his own little world. This mess you see around you is the fractured remains of that experiment. The Black Farm used to be a lot nicer, but the pig wanted things to be different. He wanted to create his own vision. These people you see, these monsters, they are the pig's attempts at creating functioning life. Instead of mirroring God's earth, these mutated, horrible creations are full of sin and hatred. They run rampant here, unabashed. This place is chaos. The Black Farm is a circus of freaks and monsters, and it's your eternity. Fear boiled in my gut like thick oil. No. This couldn't be my end. I didn't believe in stuff like this. This wasn't real. I would wake up soon and realize I was just having a nightmare. That had to be it. Danny stood before me and lightly slapped my face. Hey, don't go into hysterics on me. I haven't finished yet. I raised my teary eyes to meet his. Danny smiled. You can always feed the pig. My breath pushed from my lungs like burning steam. What does that mean? Danny spread his hands, still smiling. It's as simple as that. Feed the pig. If you do so, there's a chance he'll send you back to your life. And What happens if it doesn't? I bumbled. You get sent to hell. So flip a coin if you have one. Stay here with us or feed the pig. If you choose to stay, I'll let you go. I'll let you go out there, he said, pointing towards the door. But let me assure you, what awaits you at the end of the hallway? Well, let's just say hell isn't that much worse. I swallowed hard, trying my best to digest everything. Why wouldn't I try feeding the pig, whatever that meant? If there was even a sliver of hope, I would take it. An eternity in this place, the Black Farm, be sent to hell or feed the pig. I would do anything for a chance to go back. This nightmare made my problem seem nothing in comparison. Danny raised a hand before I could speak. I'll let you think on it a while. I'll be back later. I want to feed the pig, I cried, not wanting to spend another second in this awful room. I could hear a woman screaming down the hallway, her cries rising as something meaty pounded into her. My breath came in sharp pulls and my throat burned. Danny noticed the noise and grinned. Sounds pretty bad, huh? He said softly as the woman's voice creaked with agony. Something was still slamming into her, the sound of beaten flesh igniting my imagination with horrors. Please, I gasped, breathless. Just let me feed the pig. I don't want to stay here any longer. Danny turned away from me. I'll be back later. Enjoy your time alone. Really think about your situation. Weigh your options. And remember, you put yourself here. And with that, he was gone, leaving me in the dim room. Tears streamed down my face. The woman didn't stop screaming for hours. At some point, I fell into a semi-sleep. The darkness in the room seemed to press in on me, and my eyes fluttered shut. My body ached, and my throat was a halo of fire. Thirst raked at my windpipe like sharp glass. My lips felt like crumpled paper. My head thundered like a drum. The room swam in and out of focus, and my mind drifted towards the horrific sounds that never ended. I was lost in a haze, unaware that something was sliding into the room until I felt a sharp prick on my big toe. I jolted out of my daze as my bare foot ignited with pain. I screamed and tried to move, but my bindings held me tight. The room rushed back into focus, and I blinked in agony as I felt blood trickle between my toes. I looked down for the source of pain, and I felt a scream claw up my throat. Staring up at me was an armless man. He slithered on the floor like a worm, his bald head scabbed and filthy. His legs were wrapped together in barbed wire, forcing him to wriggle his body to move. His eyes were lidless and wide, two bloodshot white orbs that stared up at me with hungry intensity. His teeth had been removed and replaced with long screws, which jutted from his bleeding gums like a broken rock formation. Around his neck was a chain leash, which I followed across the floor to the open door. The end of the leash was held by a tall, naked man. His body was hairless and flabby, covered in similar scabs like his pet. A dirty bag was pulled over his head that hid his features except for a single red eye that peeked out at me from a crude cut in the cloth. He stared at me and groped his engorged penis, his breath heavy and labored. As the armless man wriggled towards me again, his master started to masturbate. I screamed as the screw-filled mouth bit at me again, and my cries seemed to stimulate the naked man even more. "Get off of me, stop it!" I screamed, horrified. I tried to kick at the man, doing my best to avoid his sharp metal teeth. I brought my heel down on his head, and he screamed as his face bounced off the floor. A moan of pleasure escaped the bagged man's mouth, and I turned away as a mist of black sprayed out onto the floor. There was a rattle of chains, and I turned back to see the two of them leaving. The armless man dragged by his neck out the door. I looked at where the bagged man had ejaculated and saw a puddle of dead ants. I vomited onto myself, thick, chunky curtains of bile and slime. "Get me out of here!" I screamed, strands of puke running down my chin. "I don't belong here." I listened to the two men retreat down the hallway, the clank of chains accompanied by the sound of flesh being dragged across the concrete. I screamed again, but I knew no one was going to help me. I spit a wad of phlegm and bile onto the floor, ridding my mouth of its sourness. I forced myself to calm down. It wasn't easy. After some time, I heard someone else approaching. I had been in a miserable lull, my mind a blank canvas of dark despair, but the noise roused me from my trance-like state. The muscles in my arms burned from being restrained for so long, and I shifted them desperately, trying my best to prepare myself for whatever horror was about to walk through the door. Footsteps drew closer, and then a woman walked into the room. She stopped at the doorway and looked at me. One of her eyes was missing, a dark cavernous hole in her skull. Her hair was ratty and wild, a brown tangle like a forgotten nest. Her skin was pale and filthy, and she was dressed in rags. I couldn't tell how old she was, but there was maturity in her one good eye. "Still thinking?" she asked, her voice coarse and brittle. "What?" She took a step closer. "Are you still deciding whether you're going to feed the pig or not?" I looked at her cautiously. "Yeah, I am." "Who are you? What do you want?" "I was once where you are now," she said, trying to decide my fate. I couldn't believe that this was what happened. What happened after we die? It wasn't what I was taught. Religion didn't warn me about this place. I tested my bindings again before asking, "You killed yourself too? You're a person like me? You're not one of those creations?" She snorted. "Breaks my heart you have to ask, though." She touched the hole where her eye should have been. "Though I can understand your caution. Yeah, I'm a suicidal. I've been here a long, long time, but that was my choice. I decided to chance it here." I motioned with my head towards the door. "What's out there?" "What is all this?" She exhaled heavily and leaned against the wall. "I can't even begin to describe this place. It's like nothing you've ever seen. You walk down that hallway and go out into it, and..." She swallowed. "You'd have to see it to understand." "How bad is it? Why are all these mutated people hurting and killing each other?" I asked. She let her head loll back against the wall. "It would take years for you to fully understand this place. Years you don't have. Right now you have to make a decision, stay or feed the pig. They tell me hell is worse than here, but it can't be by much. Monsters and suicidals roam the black farm, killing, raping, brutalizing. And then you wake up and wonder how long you can survive before something else kills you. It's an endless cycle." "So why did you stay?" I pressed. "Why didn't you feed the pig?" "I don't even know what that means, but I would do anything for a chance to go back. I can't stay here, I just can't." She smiled sadly at me. "Why? Why did I choose this? It's simple, really. I'm a coward. I was a coward when I was alive, and I'm a coward in death. When it came down to it, when the moment presented itself, I chose to stay here. I didn't know what awaited me outside. It boiled down to a simple choice fueled by my own fear." "What is the pig? What does it do to you?" I pressed. She suddenly turned to go. "I'm afraid that's for you to find out. But let me warn you, think hard before you make a decision. Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave." "What do I do?" I yelled, shaking in my chair as she walked out the door. She paused and took one last look over her shoulder. Her eyes darted around and she dropped her voice to a whisper, "Feed the pig." And with that, she was gone. I sat in silence once again. My mind was spinning, desperately turning over my options. I still couldn't fully understand the situation I was in. It was too much, too overwhelming. The other side of death wasn't supposed to be like this. I didn't know what I had expected, but it wasn't this nightmare. Questions crashed over my mind like cold waves onto a sinking ship. How was I supposed to make a choice when I didn't even know what my actions entailed? This place, the Black Farm. I couldn't stay here, but what if I went to hell? What if I didn't get sent back? I would be out of the fire and into the frying pan. My existence would forever be damned to unending misery. Here, though, here there were people like me. Suicidals. It wasn't all monsters and mutilated murderers. Maybe I could hole up somewhere with them, try to scrape together a passable existence. Surely that would be better than getting sent to hell. No. This wasn't going to be how I spent my eternity. I refused to let it be. If there was even the slightest sliver of hope, I would take it. I didn't want to wonder what could have been. I didn't want to be tormented by doubt. I would feed the pig and accept whatever fate chose for me. When I boiled it down, that was the only option left. I would feed the pig. "Hey! Hello, Danny!" I yelled, rattling in my chair. "I've made my decision! Danny!" After a couple seconds, I heard footsteps echo down the hall towards me. Danny walked through the doorway, an annoyed look on his face. "I've made my choice," I said. "I'm going to feed the pig." "Sounds like you've really thought a lot about it since I left you," Danny said sarcastically. I licked my lips. "You'd do the same thing if you were in my place." Danny walked behind me. "I was in your place once, and I chose differently." My eyes widened, and then Danny wrapped my entire head with a strip of thin cloth, blinding me. I sucked in as much air as I could, but each lungful felt empty. I felt Danny cut me free from the chair and my body sighed as my stiff muscles were released. I rolled my shoulders as my hands were released and I moaned with relief. I dug my fingers into my back and I stretched, my bones creaking. "Keep your blindfold on and follow me," Danny said, pulling me up. My legs shook as I put weight on them, my thighs trembling after their long cemented position. I groped blindly in front of me and found Danny's shoulder. I rested my hand on it as he walked us out of the room. As we entered the hallway, I could suddenly hear sound I hadn't before. The clank of metal, a long, fleshy, tearing noise, something vomiting. These sounds sprang to life in my ears, painting the darkness before my eyes with imaginary scenes of horror. I gripped Danny's shoulder tighter, stumbling behind him, my heart thundering. I heard something trailing behind us, but Danny didn't seem to notice. Or if he did, he didn't care. Flesh slapped the concrete mere inches behind me, and I suddenly felt hot breath on my neck and the click of a wet tongue against gums. My breathing became even more labored as fear choked me. "Going to feed the piggy, are you?" Something whispered in my ear. I felt something press against the back of my head, and I tried not to think about what it might be. It was wet and slimy, and I heard the thing chuckle. "He's a hungry piggy. You make sure he gets his meal now." The thing whispered again, its voice low and unlike anything I had ever heard before. It was like a series of grunts and moans jumbled together to form broken words. To my relief, I heard the thing retreat back to wherever it had come from, and I continued to follow Danny. He remained silent as we walked, and I could feel shifts in the air. The thick heat gave way to a cooler, almost pleasant temperature, but then it kept decreasing, and soon I was shivering violently against the cold. I couldn't see anything, but I felt a breeze on my face, like we were outside. I didn't hear Danny open any doors, but nothing about this place was natural. It was like reality blurred and bled into itself, like reels of film melting together. Teeth chattering, I was suddenly blasted with intense heat, and I gasped. My feet tripped over themselves as the terrain changed, and I was suddenly walking on what felt like warm iron. My ears were filled with the sound of blazing furnaces and the clash of working machinery. I couldn't see it, but I felt like there was a vast open expanse overhead. I smelled ash and tasted dirt on my tongue, sweat already forming along my spine. Suddenly I crashed into Danny as he came to a halt. I backed up a few paces quickly and muttered my apologies. I could hear movement in front of us, a rustle of chains and an odd clicking sound on the metal floor. Something else too. Something snorting. And then the room filled with a deafening sound of an immense pig squealing. I covered my ears, head splitting at the high-pitched wail. I grit my teeth as the noise echoed off the metal and faded into a series of snorts and grunts. It sounded absolutely enormous. "I've brought another one," Danny announced, a slight tinge of respect lining his voice. "He wants to feed the pig." I waited, expecting to hear some answer, the cloth around my eyes sealing my sight to darkness. I realized my knees were shaking and my back was coated in sweat. I was terrified. "If that is what you wish," Danny said, and I felt him bow under my hand. Apparently some unseen conversation had just happened, and Danny took my wrist and pushed me forward. "Approach the pig," he instructed. My whole body trembled and my knees locked into place. Robbed from sight, I raised my hands, trying to get my bearings, the heat and ash filling my head with nausea. I felt like I was going to throw up, my stomach rolling like a dead sea. I didn't know where I was or what horror lay before me. I felt lost and tiny, a fresh splash of tears dripping from my eyes and soaking into the cloth around my face. "Please," I begged, "let me see what's happening." Danny was suddenly behind me, pushing me forward. He guided my hands toward something as we stepped together in unison. Even with the cloth around my face, I could see a giant mass of towering darkness before me. It was a spot of black on an already darkened canvas. As we walked forward, I was suddenly assaulted by a horrendous smell, and I gagged, turning away. Danny's grip tightened and forced me to continue. I could sense something just in front of me, a living, shifting mass of flesh. The smell increased to a wretched level, and I gagged again. Then hot air was being blown on my face, a blast of heat that came in repeated short bursts. I vomited into my cloth, the source of the smell stemming from the hot air. I choked as the bile gushed over the fabric, soaking it and momentarily cutting off my oxygen. Danny slapped my hands away, and I took a few seconds to steady my breathing again. I was open and crying now, fear and misery collapsing my willpower. The wet cloth stunk as I sucked in soggy breaths. My own stomach acid coated my skin, and I begged for all of this to be over. And then something squealed directly in front of me. I felt my bladder go. I was standing before the pig. It was the source of darkness in my obscured vision. A fat, titanic creature that filled my senses with every breath it blew into my face. Danny raised my hands, and suddenly I was touching the pig's snout. I recoiled immediately, but Danny forced my hands back. Its fur was stiff and brittle, and as my shaking hands explored up its nose, the size of the animal became clear to me. It was gigantic and had weight over a ton. Its flesh wiggled under my sweating hands, and it opened its mouth slightly. My fingers curled around teeth the size of kitchen knives, and I realized its mouth was absolutely cavernous. The pig squealed again, and I heard its hooves clack against the ground. It sounded like thunder rolling across an open field in the middle of summer. "Take this blindfold off, please," I begged, my legs turning to jelly. Danny had taken a few steps back, and I heard reverence in his voice. "You don't want to do that." I jumped as the pig nudged me with its nose, the wet circle of flesh squishing against the length of my face. I shuddered away, raising my hands and omitting a cry of fear. "Feed the pig," Danny instructed, his voice like cold steel now. "You made your choice, now live with it. It's the only chance you have of going back. Or maybe the pig won't like how you taste and send you to hell. Only one way to find out." My eyes widened behind the vomit-soaked cloth. "Won't like how I taste?" "Climb into its mouth." My bladder let go again, and I felt warm piss run down my leg. No, you can't mean..." Danny's voice hardened. "Climb into its mouth and don't stop crawling forward until it's done with you." "Please," I begged, turning towards Danny's voice, reaching out blindly. "Please, there has to be some other way. Don't make me do this." I was a mess of snot and tears, my words bumbling from my mouth like a toddler. Danny stepped forward and spun me back to face the pig. "Do it! You made your choice. It will all be over soon. This is your only chance." I could feel the pig breathing onto my face, its snout mere inches from mine. The smell and heat it emitted made me want to vomit again, but I held it back. This was insane. This wasn't happening. My mind spun and twisted in chaos and fear. There had to be some other way. I couldn't do this. I could not do this. Suddenly I remembered the words of the woman. "Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave." This was my only chance to get back to the world of the living. I had made such a terrible mistake in killing myself. If I could go back and change my life, I wouldn't have to spend eternity here. I could change my ways, ensure a spot somewhere else, somewhere away from the pig. But what if it decided to send me to hell? How much more suffering could I endure? I had to take the chance. "Please, God," I whispered, taking a step forward. "If you can hear me, please have mercy on me." My shaking hands reached out for the pig, and I grasped its thick fur. I felt it slowly lower its head and open its mouth. It was waiting for me, its thick, hot breath stinking in my nostrils. This was it. No turning back now. I slowly gripped its teeth and pulled myself forward into its jaws. Its head was at a downward angle, and so I immediately fell onto my stomach at a 45-degree angle. Its wet tongue squished under me, and I was shaking so hard I could barely breathe. Tears soaked my blindfold, and my heart crunched against my ribs. I slowly reached forward and found another tooth to grab onto. Gritting my teeth, I pulled my body inward past my knees. The pig raised its head, and I was suddenly completely horizontal on its tongue. Saliva and mucus dripped around me, and the heat was so intense I almost blacked out. My knees clacked against its front teeth as I pulled myself even deeper. Its inner cheeks pressed in around me, squeezing my body like a soaking, fleshy coffin. Crying, terrified, I reached ahead of me and found more teeth. I pulled myself deeper into its mouth, and I felt my feet slide past its lips. My whole body was coated in slime, and I openly wept, grasping in the darkness for another tooth. And that's when the pig started to chew on me. I screamed in crushing agony as my body was compressed between its massive teeth. I heard my legs snap instantly and felt wet bone pop from my skin. I shook violently as my body spasmed in shock, a mangled twist of blood and pain. Its tongue shifted me in its mouth, and I felt it bite down on my shoulder. My eyes bulged in their sockets as I howled, a hot pillar crunching down on my collarbone. I threw up violently, unable to control myself, the pain overwhelming. "Keep crawling." Screaming, bloodshot eyes rolling wildly, I reached forward with my good arm, wetly searching for another tooth. I grit my teeth, blood squirting between them, as my fingers wrapped around something solid. The pig bit down again, its tongue twisting my body so its molars could snap down on my knees. The pain brought darkness, but my howling screams forced my eyes to remain open. "Jesus, make it stop!" I bellowed, my trembling hand still gripping the tooth ahead of me. "Please make it fucking stop." I ground my teeth together so hard they cracked, screaming as I slowly pulled my body deeper into the mouth. Something was changing. The tight walls of its throat squeezed my head, and I realized I was almost through. "Come on, you motherfucker. Come on," I begged, vocal cords cracking. I reached ahead of me and grabbed onto a thick wad of flesh. My head felt like it was splitting, and the pig bit down on me again. I gasped, blood exploding from my mouth in a great gush of red. It had pierced through my stomach, obliterating my insides like bloated noodles. Darkness rushed in on me, and I was in too much shock to even scream. With the last of my strength, right as the blackness took me, I pulled myself forward one last time and felt myself slide down its throat. Darkness, falling, screaming. I was screaming. Heat. Heat so intense I thought I would melt, clanging, something was hammering on a metal. Colors and images flew past me so quickly I could only make out their shape. Blood poured into my eyes. I felt like I would keep falling forever. Suddenly my eyes snapped open and I was falling, my breath rushing back into my lungs in a great wave of purity. My face bounced off wood floor and I cried out as I felt my nose break. I tasted blood and saw stars. I had stopped falling. There was a ring of burning fire around my throat and I felt impossibly thirsty. I was lying on the floor. I slowly opened my eyes again and the darkness began to fade like morning mist under a hot sun. Colors blended together and shapes came into focus. I was in my woodshed. I reached up around my throat and grasped at the source of heat. It was the rope I had hung myself with, but now it was severed, releasing me from the grip of death. Relief rolled over me in overwhelming waves of thanks. I curled up on the floor and sobbed, tears dripping from my eyes onto the dirty floor. My body shook, unbroken, as I wept, wet horse cries rising from my quivering lips. I'd been spared. I was alive again. From my spot on the floor, I turned my eyes upward, my voice cracking. "Thank you, God. Oh, thank you." I fell into another fit of uncontrollable sobbing. "I promise I won't waste my life again. I promise I'll make things right. I'll fix everything." I don't know how long it was before I got up. Time seemed to stretch for eternity. My mind refused to rebuild, the horrors of what I had just witnessed crushing me. But I knew I would do everything I could to make the most out of my life. I was going to live every day to the fullest. I would devote myself to helping others in dark times. I would reach out to as many suicidals as I could and try to save them from awaited on the other side. I didn't want anyone else to have to witness the horrors of suicide. I didn't want anyone else to have to feed the pig. I can only assume will be my final day here on Earth. I know my possessions are going to be auctioned off since I don't have any family and don't have time to write a will. Plus, there's the issue with the bank, and I'm getting off topic. The radio. Don't buy it, don't listen to it, and for the love of God, don't tune to 66.6. Now for what got me into this mess in the first place. I'm a music junkie, and if any of you are too, you might also know one of the best places to find vintage records for cheap is at garage sales, which is great for me since being a freelance writer, I can spend a hell of a lot of time driving around the state looking for them. There was one particular sale down in the boonies. They have the best old stuff where I found an old radio. It was pretty banged up, but had an old sort of charm to it. I was drawn to it immediately. Okay, so it was also only like $5, so that had something to do with my purchase. Sue me. Once I got it home, I noticed there was a notch around one of the frequencies and a capital No next to it. Like any of the rest of you horror fan idiots, that's the first station I tuned to. It was just a radio after all. Or so I thought. Silence at first, then a low moaning, followed by a few screams. Not like roller coaster screams, bloody murder, pain, and torture screams. And then the host came on. Hello, and welcome back to 66.6 FM, your number one spot for all things demonic and hellish. They played a few more screams, accompanied by some deep, throaty laughter and the crack of a whip. Today I have with me Joe, a crossroads demon. Say hello to everyone, Joe. Hey, fuckers. The interview went on to describe some pretty disturbing details regarding a summoning ritual and the reaping of about half a dozen teenagers. It got pretty gruesome and the guest had quite the mouth on him. I was hooked. I stopped going to garage sales completely. I was spending every spare moment listening to Hell Radio. Whether the station was a joke or not, I didn't care. The interviews were thrilling, and the music they occasionally played got me inspired to write some pretty morbid stuff. My editor was thrilled and wanted to meet this new muse of mine, but I wasn't about to share this secret with just anyone. It was during one particular interview that things went a bit awry. It started out like any of the rest, but then... So get this. My girlfriend knows an incubus who knows an imp, and they said there's a mortal out there listening in. I froze just a little. There was no way they could know about me. It was a radio. Nothing special other than the frequency. So I tried to tune to another channel just to clear my head. Obviously it didn't work. The pin didn't even move. A mortal, no way. Deep laughter. Yeah, but you guys already know about that, right? Right you are. We even know he's actually listening in right this very moment, aren't you, Jason? Fuck, this wasn't real, lucky guess. Jason, kiddo, it's not just any radio. Well, no shit. It can tune to the fucking underworld's media broadcast. I kinda knew that already. But how the hell did they know I was listening in? As if they could read my mind, the host replied to my very thoughts. It's a two-way radio, Jason. And that's when they knocked on my door. They're almost done breaking it down. I just hope I can hit submit before they drag me down there. But hey, at least I'll still be able to listen to Hell Radio. Ever since I was a small girl, I remember my grandmother drinking afternoon tea. Every day she would sit at her table, dressed in one of her many expensive gowns, and sip on a cup of hot tea. She had never offered me any, until my mother died. I arrived at Grandma's estate 3 days after my mother's funeral. It had been 20 years since I had seen her last, but her home was still as extraordinary as ever. Nestled on 50 acres of classic English countryside was her enormous British manor. Located deep in Suffolk County amidst rolling green hills is a grand iron gate, whose bars hide the place where childhood dreams are made. Behind its guard runs a long cobblestone driveway that gently meanders through perfectly shaped maple trees. It is nearly 3 miles before you reach the clearing where the manor lay, rising above intricately designed flower gardens that cascade downward to the driveway. At the base of these colorful gardens guarding the entrance is a hand-carved marble water fountain. Inside the crystal blue water is a 20-foot statue of Aphrodite, standing nude with long flowing hair draped over her breasts, stationed in a seductive pose. Her stone eyes glare out at all who approach. On the east side of the property are the stable grounds. I would spend countless hours there learning to ride the most beautiful horses money could buy. I stepped from the black Rolls Royce, which had shuttled me from the gate, and stood, taking in the exquisite home. It was 3 stories of classic British architecture modeled from Kensington Palace. It rose from the ground like a historic stone wonder. For 2 weeks every summer it became my personal playground. And my God, did I love it here. I walked up the granite stairs, pictures of my mother's funeral under my arm, to the massive oak door. I rang the bell and took a deep breath, repressing my anger deep inside. Mr. Jeffrey, my grandma's head servant, greeted me at the door. "Hello, madam, it's a pleasure to see you again," Jeffrey said, bowing his head as I stepped inside. "Hello, Jeffrey. It has been a very long time. Far too long, I must say. I have missed you dearly. You are a woman grown." "My grandmother sent for me. I was told it was urgent," I replied coldly. I was in no mood for idle chatter. "You will find her in the tea room. Does my lady need to be refreshed of its location?" "I know where it is," I said, and turned away. "Missus, where are your bags? I've made up your old room just the way you like it." "I will not be staying long, Jeffrey." I snapped back and walked from the foyer. "I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you reconsider." I entered the grand hallway where hundreds of exquisite pieces of artwork adorned the walls. My grandma obsessively collected them over her lifetime. Many were hundreds of years old, and she often bragged how some were painted by the Renaissance masters. It was mind-boggling how much money this old woman had. I never thought much about it as a child, but now it seemed obscene that one person should have this kind of wealth. My heels clicked rapidly inside the grand corridor, reverberating off the 20-foot ceilings. With each step, I become even angrier. Oil paintings, sculptures, and stained glass littered the walls, each piece worth thousands of dollars. The place reeked of opulence. How could a person so filthy rich leave her child completely defenseless? Just one of these paintings could have provided my mother the care she so desperately needed. I stormed through the French doors and found my grandma sitting at her tea table, sipping from the same weathered teacup she had always used. Compared to the rest of her things, it was odd that she used such a simple cup. "Hello, Teresa," she said quietly, looking my way with her piercing gray eyes. They were as brilliant as ever. "Hello, Grandma," I chided. "Please sit with me, child." I sat down at the perfectly set table, fuming on the inside. It lay inside a magnificent room whose architecture utilized many intricate arches and columns. Lavish artwork filled the space on the walls, and marble statues of nude men and women looked on with steady eyes. The ceiling rose 30 feet to a golden dome, highlighted with an incredible Byzantine-style mosaic. It was more a museum than a place for tea. Grandma's chair faced a wall of windows which peered out into vast gardens behind the estate. Gardens which required its own full-time staff to maintain. The polarity of our lives could not be more striking. "How is Cassandra?" she asked. "Please, do not feign interest in my daughter's well-being," I said, the words bursting forth. I did not fly halfway across the globe to indulge in small talk. "Go ahead, child. I imagine you have many strong words for me. How dare you, you cold and heartless bitch," I said, staring at her unmoving. There was a hint of guilt deep behind her gray irises, but nothing more. "You wonder how I could miss the funeral of my only daughter. I bet it quite unimaginable from your perspective. Do you know that she called out for you under her dying breath? She wept like a small child, begging for her mother as she passed. You were not there, like always. Instead, you sat, hiding here inside your castle. Mothers are not supposed to outlive their own daughters. Being a mother, I assumed you understood that," she replied. Nothing I said had gotten through. I wanted to reach out, grab her turkey neck and squeeze. "That does not make it right. You left her cold, alone and penniless as she slowly deteriorated. Look at this place, all this money, and you couldn't spare a nickel for your dying daughter," I said, seething with anger now. "I understand. You are not wrong, child. And why couldn't we visit more often? Once a year you would bring us here to this fantasy land, a place you used to your advantage. You knew its power, the seductive force it had on me as a child. You must have thought it may make Mom and I forget how little you were there. Well, it didn't work. My mother knew, and as I grew older, I came to understand it too. I'm so sorry, but it had to be that way. It is hard to understand now. But that is why I brought you here. It is time you learn the truth. I don't want to hear the pathetic excuses of a bitter old woman. Talking to you is meaningless. I had hoped that maybe you would exhibit a sliver of regret. But there is nothing here but an old woman and her things. No matter how many pretty horses and fancy things you gave us, in the end it didn't buy our love. We knew it was all fake, just like the woman who gave it," I said, getting up from the chair. It was time to leave. "Teresa, wait. You can leave, believing whatever you may about me. But please let an old woman speak, if only this last time." "Spit it out then," I said. "Look at you, dear, the last shreds of youth has left you. It is plain for all to see." "What did you say?" I said, facing her, astounded by her words. The gall of this woman was incredulous. "You used to be so beautiful, flowing long black hair, which shone brightly, even under the darkest of nights. A physique so flawless that you had your first modeling contract by the 7th grade. You were a beacon of youth and beauty to all those around you. But that has all vanished, gripped by Father Time's heartless grasp. You can continue to dye your hair, but the gray will always return, peeking up from your roots for everyone to see. And that skin, which you so foolishly aged from all that heavy partying in your 20s, that will only get worse. But worst of all was your daughter. What her birth did to your body is impossible to hide. You are a poor single woman, closing on 50 with a teenage daughter. Do you think another man will look upon you as so many did long ago?" "How dare you?" I screamed, a lone tear leaving my eye. I hated to admit it, but she was right. Once I was the most beautiful woman in any room I entered. But age is not kind to pretty woman. It comes like a monster, eating away your identity, turning it into a shell of who you used to be. Then it mercilessly rips away the man you love and points him in the direction of a newer, better model. I am sorry, but it's true. Time always wins. It will only get worse until you are old and alone. This must be a horrible perspective for you, Teresa. You did always prefer the attention of extraordinary men. Average never quite cut it with you. Please stop, why are you doing this? I came here hoping you would show some remorse, but instead I come and you insult me. You are truly pathetic. I hope when your time comes you remember how you left your daughter to die alone. Goodbye." I hope you rot in hell, alone and afraid. And by the look of you, death cannot be far off, I said, walking from the room. If you leave, I cannot help you. Fuck you, Grandma. You can't help me. You have never helped anyone but yourself. You can have it all back. The perfect hair, the beautiful face, your angelic skin, and best of all the elite male attention I know you desire. It can all be yours again, she said, smiling. This woman had truly lost it. Are you mad? You said it yourself, I am almost 50, there is nothing I can do. You are mistaken, Teresa. I can give it all back. Just sit down and let me speak. 5 minutes is all I ask. I don't need your money. I refuse to become some hacked-up plastic monster. I am not suggesting plastic surgery. What I offer is a miracle. I cannot believe I am doing this. You have 5 minutes, I said, and reluctantly sat down. How old do you think I am? She asked. It was an interesting question and one I had pondered before. My grandma's age was always a mystery. She had always looked like an old woman, but she had rarely moved like one. Her mind was always sharp, and I had never heard about her getting sick. It was strange to think about. 80, I said, factoring in my mother's age. Not a bad guess, but a little low. I turned 101 last week. That is impossible, I said, chuckling at the preposterousness of her claim. Oh, it is far from impossible. I was born April 2nd, 1915. I can show you my birth certificate if you'd like. I studied her face and decided that she must be lying. A centenarian could never look this good. Strangely, even though I had not seen her in 20 years, she did not look much different. Her hair was a little whiter and her skin a bit more wrinkled, but her eyes were the same, strong and full of life. Let me ask you this, Teresa. When was the last time you remember seeing my hands? This was another interesting question and one I had to think hard about. I thought back to my summers here as a child and realized I had never seen her without her lavender gloves. Oddly, I do not think I have ever seen them. You have always worn gloves. You are correct. Now please, stay seated. I do not want you to be alarmed, my grandma said, standing up from the table in a smooth motion. There was no struggle in her movement. A woman of her age should not move that gracefully. My grandma took one of her lavender gloves and slowly pulled it off. Underneath the satin fabric was a small, delicate hand whose skin was pure as milk. There was not a single wrinkle or any visible veins. It was the hand of a young woman. But how? I said, astounded. Wait, it gets much more interesting, she responded with a smile. My grandma raised her hands to her snow-white hair and tugged. As the wig came off, a cascade of long golden hair fell to her shoulders. It was healthy and beautiful. Who are you? I said nervously. I was beginning to get scared. Someone was impersonating my grandma. It is me, child. Listen to my voice, she said softly. She was right. It was her unmistakable voice. Now this will be the worst part. I need you to stay calm, she said, reaching up to her forehead. Her manicured nails dug into her skin and ripped the highly detailed latex mask from her face. My jaw dropped. Underneath the disguise was a portrait of a young, beautiful woman, no older than 20. Everything had changed except the eyes. They were just as when I was a child. What the hell? I said, stumbling up out of the chair, my heart pounding from my chest. I know how shocking this must be, but do not be scared. It is me, your grandmother. But how? I said, listening closely to her distinctive voice. We are descendants of a very rare ancestry down our matriarchal line. You and I are very special people, and now that your mother has passed, it is the time you learn who you really are. I promise to explain everything over a cup of tea, something I have been eagerly awaiting for a very long time. But we are forbidden to ever drink your tea, I said. That was true until today. I reluctantly sat back at the table and stared at this woman who claimed to be my grandma. My hands were shaking and I was struggling to breathe as I processed this strange turn of events. She walked over to her china cabinet and pulled a small teacup and saucer from inside. It was off-white porcelain with hand-painted floral patterns, identical to one she had always used. She carefully placed it on the table. This is yours, Teresa. It is very old. Do not let anything happen to it. Breaking it would be the ultimate tragedy. She grabbed the teapot from the table as a faint trace of steam rose from its spout and poured a small cup of tea for us both. It was light brown in color. When finished, she peered at me, her eyes encouraging me to drink. I put the cup to my lips and sipped. I I said, gagging on the foul-tasting drink. "What is this? Poison?" "Quite the opposite," she said, chuckling. "The taste will get better in time. Eventually you will come to enjoy its flavor." "I can't drink this. It tastes like it was pulled from a septic tank." "Just give it a moment," she said, taking a long sip of her cup. "What do you mean? Do you feel any different?" "If you are talking about a horrible taste in my mouth, then yes." "Oh yes, forgive me, I forgot. It may take a bit longer to act than my own. Go on and take another sip. I assure you it is safe." "I will not. That stuff is vile." "You will change your mind here shortly," she said calmly. I leaned back in my chair as the wave euphoria trickled through my body. It was like a switch had been flipped. When I arrived here, I had been angry, jet-lagged, and utterly exhausted. I had slept little more than a few hours since my mother's passing, but now a surge of euphoric energy was pulsating inside me. Like a hit of pure cocaine, but different. It didn't feel like a drug. "What the hell is going on?" I said, the effect intensifying with every breath. "Finish the drink. What you are experiencing now is only the beginning." Without hesitation, I emptied the contents down my throat. The taste was worse the second time, but it didn't matter. I wanted more. As the next wave of tea hit my stomach, I felt an ever stronger explosion of energy permeate my entire body. It was incredible, like the world's greatest drug was pumping through my veins. But instead of high, I felt alert, clear-headed, and best of all, alive. "What did you give me?" I said. "Welcome to afternoon tea, my dear. Now please, come with me." My grandma took my hand, her skin as soft as a child, and led me away from the tea room. I was floating high in ecstasy as we moved along her marble-laid corridors. Everything was perfect until something bad happened. "Something's wrong with my eyes, I can't see," I exclaimed as my vision suddenly became extremely blurry. I could only see fuzzy patches of color. My grandma reached up and pulled off my glasses. It was like I had a blindfold removed. The world around me came into sharp focus, with an incredible clarity I had never experienced before. Ever since my early 20s, I had worn glasses or contacts, and my vision had continually gotten worse from that point on. "How is your vision, Teresa?" Grandma said with a gleeful pitch in her voice. "This is incredible," I said, astounded that I could see everything in perfect detail. "What happened to my eyes?" "They're healing." "Healing, but how?" "That is only the beginning." We traveled deep into the manor towards Grandma's ground-floor bedroom suite. Adjacent to her bedroom was the closet, a closet which was bigger than my entire apartment. It was loaded with racks and racks of expensive clothing and shoes. We went inside, and she guided me in front of her mirrors. "The change will subtle at first, but take a hard look at yourself and tell me what you see." I stared deeply into the wall of mirrors, my naked eyes inspecting with newfound precision. There was something different, but I could not pinpoint it. "What am I looking for?" I said. "Look closely at your face." I moved closer to the mirror and studied my face. It was my wrinkles. While still visible, they were lessened considerably. I looked like I had good night's sleep and professional makeup applied. The bags under my eyes were gone. The sun marks had lighted, and my hair looked vibrant and alive. The gray roots had faded away. "Holy shit, I look 5 years younger." "Precisely," she said with a grin. "How is this possible?" "This is your inheritance, Teresa." "My inheritance?" "You have been given a very special gift, a gift that has been passed down in our family since the early 18th century. It is extraordinarily powerful. What you are experiencing now is just a sample of its full potential, which is beyond your wildest imagination. But to realize this power, I must first give you a choice. Either you can forget any of this ever happened and return home, or you stay with your old grandmother and join me tomorrow for afternoon tea. The choice is yours. I've had your room prepared by Jeffrey. I assume you still remember where it is?" "Of course, how could I forget?" "Stay for the night, explore the stables as you did as a child, and come to a decision. Return to your life as you once knew it, or travel down a rabbit hole. I do hope you choose the later, and then maybe you will come to understand the decisions I have made in my life." And with that, she left, to where I do not know. But one thing was certain. I did not need time to reflect on a decision. She had me at that first sip. I was heading down the rabbit hole. I entered the tea room precisely at 3 o'clock. Tea time had always been 3 p.m. in my grandma's house. Although neither my mother nor I had ever participated, we could always see her behind the glass, sipping her afternoon tea as she watched us play in the garden. Grandma was already seated, wearing a beautiful sequined black gown. There was no mask. She was still the young, beautiful woman I met yesterday. Apparently the need for a disguise had concluded. She smiled as I walked in, no doubt pleased I decided to come. On the table were 2 cups and a teapot, steam pouring from the spout. "Hello, dear. I am glad you decided to come," she said. "How could I resist?" I replied, taking a seat at the table. "Truly," she said, nodding. "I was in your position once, a very long time ago." I did not respond. My attention focused on the kettle. "You want more, don't you?" she said. It was incredible. I haven't felt like that in years." "And how do you feel today?" "Still different, but like nothing like I did yesterday." "Unfortunately, the effect is not permanent. It must constantly be maintained." "What is it? The tea, I mean?" "It's complicated," she said, pouring the tea into my cup. "Now sip this slowly. It is much better that way." I pulled the cup to my lips and took a sip. I gagged briefly, but kept it down. "Tell me what this is." "Soon enough, my dear," she said, taking a sip. "Are you ready to hop down the rabbit hole?" "I'm ready," I said greedily, taking another sip of the hot, rancid tea. "You and I were born into a very special family. Unfortunately, I know very little of our origins, but one thing is unquestionable. We have been blessed with a remarkable gift. It is your inheritance, revealed to you at your mother's passing. The source of this gift has been lost, but lucky for us, the benefit remains. What I do know is this: our power comes strictly from the tea you are consuming, with nothing more required. Now this blend here," she said, holding up her cup. "It has a significantly stronger effect on me than it will you." "Why is that?" "Well, because it is a unique blend, tailored specifically for me. Soon you have your personal blend, precisely brewed for your own use. When consumed, it will transform your entire life in a matter of minutes. Like what happened to my eyesight. That is a small part of it, but the effect is more comprehensive than that. In its simplest explanation, the tea could be described as a fountain of youth. That exquisite beauty you enjoyed as a young woman will all be yours again, only now it will be amplified. Imagine being a young, beautiful woman, but never needing makeup or ever watching what you eat. You will have the metabolism and stamina of a professional athlete, easily able to accomplish any physical task you attempt. Your skin will be flawless and perfectly colored, without the need of any products. That long black hair of yours, well, it will be perfect every single day. Your body will be the epitome of health. Getting sick will be a distant memory, erased from your life like the wrinkles from your eyes. You will look like you are 18 years old again." 18 years old? Are you serious? "Very. Here, take a look at yourself," my grandma said, handing me a small brass mirror. As I peered at my reflection, my face was already looking brighter and healthy. I was changing with each sip. "And I won't get sick?" "I have not had so much as a cough in the past 70 years, she said. "Is that how long you have been using this?" "Yes, it is around that number. This is a very powerful asset. All of this you see, my youth, my extreme wealth, have all derived from drinking this tea." "How did your youth bring you such incredible wealth?" "In many ways, the easiest method is simple enough. Seduction and manipulation. Combine a wise mind with the body of a goddess, and you have a lethal combination. Men are like flies. Put out some honey, and they buzz into the trap, billfolds and all. They are simple creatures. However, that is not your only weapon. The world has changed, and women of today can make own way without the need of powerful men. You see, youth and beauty are not the only benefits. It also purifies the brain of all its imperfections, resulting in vastly improved function. Your intellect will increase tenfold. You will soak up and retain vast amounts of information with ease as long as you continue to drink from this cup. Amassing great wealth with these attributes is simple. This sounds all too good to be true. In some ways it is. I would be lying if I told you there was not a cost. However, I find it pales in comparison to the benefits. You may or may not feel the same way. What is the cost? Your mother, she said. My mood soured. With all the excitement I had forgotten about her. What happened to her? I said, a revitalized anger rising to the surface. I loved your mother dearly, Teresa. Everything I did, the distant relationship, avoiding her funeral, it was all for her own good. But we will cross that path soon enough. For now, just remember there is a profound cost, and you alone must decide if that cost is worth it. For me, it was. Our family gift is passed down on the matrilineal bloodline. Unfortunately, the ability to use it always skips a generation. I inherited it from my grandmother, whose grandmother passed it on to her, and so on for the last 3 centuries. It was revealed to me on the day my own mother died, and today I pass it to you. Sadly, your mother was unable to receive the gift, and thus it could only come to you, my only granddaughter. Cassandra, like your mother, cannot receive its power. It is reserved for your eventual granddaughter. If Cassandra does not bear a female child, the gift will end. I sat back, deep in thought, and continued to sip the disgusting brew. It was bitter and grainy, but with each sip, it delivered was more of what I was craving. My physical senses were all heightened: hearing, touch, smell, sight. It was all so vivid and clear. This was truly a miracle. Now that you understand the immense power, it is the time I reveal the source, which I must warn is incredibly unsettling. I can still vividly remember the day I learned the dark secret of its power. It was very difficult, but I assure you the negative feelings will pass once you ingest your first cup of tea. What is so great about the first cup? Everything, she said, a smile curling upon her lips. It is specifically blended for you. The blend we have been consuming, it belongs to me. It can only give you a brief glimpse behind the curtain. To reveal all, you must consume it at full strength. After your first cup, you will look 30 and feel 20. This effect will last for several days, but if you drink it daily, well, that is where the real magic happens. You will be thrust into the prime of your life, armed with an assortment of weapons you never had access to the first time around. Nothing can stop you. There is no death. No death? Correct. Let's say someone you trust tries to take your life. Something which, given your power, will probably happen at least once. Jealousy is a nasty beast. Imagine you are stabbed. Well, that's no problem at all. Your body will just heal itself almost instantly. Strangulation? Doesn't matter. You will just keep breathing. No illness or disease can ever harm you. You will be, while under its effect, immortal. I was stunned, imagining this must all be a dream. Immortality, eternal beauty, more money than I could spend. It all seemed too good to be true. Tell me how to make it. I am ready, I said. I was through waiting. The million-dollar question. Well, no use putting it off any longer. You will either accept it or not. What's the catch? It must be important. Finish your drink. It is better I show you. I took the last swig, wincing as it went down. As I stood up, I felt no more pain in my knees and my lungs. Well, I bet that I could run a marathon on a single breath. Come this way, my grandma said. What you are about to learn will seem disturbing and grotesque at first, but I need you to remain calm and think of the bigger picture. This is an amazing opportunity for you, Teresa. Please try and understand that. Where are we going? I asked as we walked down a small dark hallway, one I had never seen before. You want to know the catch? Yes, I said. Well, it's a big one. At the end of the hallway was a dead end. Grandma's fingers touched the wallpaper and delicately drew a pattern. It was some sophisticated hidden keypad. She then pressed her palm on the wall and a hidden door slid open. Cold air rushed out towards us. What is this place? I asked. This is my freezer. Inside the hidden room was a small table with various items on it. At the far side was a large steel door, a door to a walk-in freezer. I felt a bit of nervousness sweep up through me, briefly damping the euphoria. It is time. Behind this door is the truth, she said slowly, opening the freezer door. A fluorescent light flickered to life just as I looked inside. I turned my head and retched, hacking up the tea from my belly. Fuck! I shrieked, staring at the corpse, which lay stiff on a gurney. The body had been mutilated. The left leg and arm were gone. It was the body of a woman. Teresa, this is my mother. She was your great-grandmother, she said flatly. My great-grandmother? I said, shaking with fear. What the fuck is she doing in your freezer? Well, my dear, this is the catch. My grandma grabbed a large knife that hung from a ring and approached the body. The dead woman was nude, and to my amazement, looked surprisingly good for a century-old corpse. Without hesitation, my grandma went straight for right thigh and hacked off a small piece of the hardened flesh. I almost spilled up more tea, but I watched, hypnotized in a paralyzed shock. After removing the flesh, she left the freezer and approached the table. She placed the flesh into a small grinder. Seconds later, it was morphed into a fine powder which she dumped onto the table. Once I saw her grab the empty tea bag, I understood. That is afternoon tea, I said, horrified. This is the secret. How could you do such a thing? That is your mother. Unfortunately, this is the only way it works. Our life is drawn from their death. The realization hit me like an oncoming train. I understood how to make my blend. You don't mean, do you? I said, not wanting to believe it. It is the only way. To obtain the key to unlimited youth, you must continue down the same road as your ancestors. Do you honestly think I would hack up my mother and drink her? All those years away from us have warped your mind. What you choose is solely yours. I am just here to show you the way, as you must do for your granddaughter when Cassandra passes. You can't be serious. Cassandra will never be some extract so that some fictitious granddaughter can follow this path. I understand how difficult this is to comprehend. I have stood in your shoes, but I am not here to convince you, only to show you the way. I will never, I said firmly. Fine, but please, you must let me finish. It is my duty. I am sworn to reveal everything to you. Get it over with, I demanded. You will need your mother's body. This will not be a problem. Soon you will understand that anything is possible with the power of money. I suggest keeping the body frozen as I have done. It will last much longer, and it eliminates the nasty side effects associated with the dead. You must drink at least a cup a week to stay healthy and keep a median age around 30. To get all the benefits and relive your youth, then you must drink a cup per day. If my calculations are correct, freezing and conserving her body, and only living half the year drinking a cup a day, you will survive at least another 200 years. You can extend that number an additional 100 years with proper rationing. How can you talk like this? So apathetic. That is your daughter we are talking about, your flesh and blood. You think I do not know that? My grandma said, a hint of anger in her voice. You don't think a part of me regrets this life? It is worse than just consuming her body, much worse. What did you do to her? I said, anger seething from my insides. Have you ever wondered why your life was so shitty growing up? Why you were always poor and why your mother always seemed to have the worst possible luck? What are you saying? The gift requires a cyclical process. While I became younger, she became older. I got rich, she had to be poor. I was healthy, she was not. This path requires the ultimate sacrifice. Your only daughter. The moment you begin to consume, her life begins its decline. She will experience a rough life, but she will scrape by and survive, and eventually give birth to a daughter. That child will be one of us and inherit the gift. She too will enjoy a wonderful life. Cassandra will give her child the greatest gift imaginable as your mother gave you. It is quite noble if you think about it. That is not my choice to make. How incredibly selfish do you think I am? Maybe now you can understand my absence and why I could barely stomach seeing your mother more than once a year. And I only went that far because I wanted to see you. It was devastating to see her falling while I had it all. Early on I tried to stay, but it was too much. So I moved to England. I disguised myself and hid the secret from you all. What about the last 20 years? Where were you then? I knew she would get very sick. It was inevitable. I couldn't handle watching her suffer and die. And it was your fault, you disgusting woman, I said, glaring at her with disdain. It had to be done. I did it all for you. Don't you understand? I am done with this. I am leaving. It would be a cold day in hell before I would ruin my daughter's life. I understand, she said quietly. Be aware, though, I anticipated this reaction and made some choices for you. Goodbye, Grandma. I will not be returning, I said, turning away from her porcelain-like face. I was on the next plane home to LA that afternoon. I arrived home, beat and exhausted. The tea's effects had faded, and I was now back to my old self, trudging up the stairs to my one-bedroom apartment. I almost thought how great it was to be home until I saw a passed-out junkie on the walkway just outside my door. Cassandra was at her father's, staying at his Malibu beach house with that bitch of a stepmother, Kelsey. It should be me living there with my family, but instead, I am stuck here, old and alone. Seeing my grandma's estate again only intensified the pile of shit that was my life, but at least I would see Cassandra in the morning. I missed her. Just as I went to open the door, I got a text message. Cassandra. Hi, Mom. Hope you got home okay. Going to stay Dad's for the week. Kelsey got me a horse and is taking me riding up in Napa Valley. I hope you do not mind. See you later. My hand shook as I read the message. She had been spending so much more time with her father lately. It wouldn't be long until she fled for college, leaving her lonely mother behind. She had grown up so damn fast. As I opened my door, there were footsteps at my back. It was a delivery man. Ms. Taylor, the man said. He was holding a box. Yes, that's me. I have an urgent delivery for you, this box and a freezer. The freezer is still on the truck. It was her. That despicable old bag did not get the hint. I did not want her path, but I also didn't want my mother being dragged around inside a box truck for the foreseeable future. Bring it up, I said reluctantly. I would get her back to the cemetery somehow. Yes, ma'am, he said, retreating down the steps. I entered my apartment and examined the box. It had been sent overnight from England. I ripped it open, and inside was a letter and 8 small teacups. They were all identical. I opened the letter and began to read. Dear Teresa, I am sorry that we parted company under such unsavory conditions. However, I do not hold it against you. What you saw is shocking and difficult to understand. But if you are reading this, then you know that I have arranged for a freezer to be delivered. Yes, your mother is inside. If this angers you, then please send me a message and I will have her placed back in the cemetery. However, if you choose to follow in your ancestors' footsteps, there are some rules you must follow. As I continued to read, the man came in the apartment with a freezer. Where do you want it, ma'am? In the back room, please, I said, and the man put it there and plugged in. I signed for it and he left. I continued to read, conserve. To make your supply last, you must pace yourself. It can be extremely intoxicating to spend every day in youth, but you must restrain yourself. You will understand soon enough. For your mental well-being, I strongly suggest you begin to put distance between you and Cassandra. It is in her best interest not to know the truth. You may need to move away, as I did so many years ago. Safeguard the cups. If they are broken beyond repair, the gift is extinguished. A piece of flesh no bigger than a penny is all that is needed. Steep the bag 3 times. Each bag can be reused to make 30 cups. Every part of the body will work, including bone. Let nothing go to waste. The first cup will have a very intense effect. Be prepared. Your body will go through a drastic change in a very short period. I suggest being alone, create a nest egg. You will need lots of money, use it to develop some alternate identities. Hire only people you can trust with your secret, like Jeffrey. Pay these people handily to keep your secret. When Cassandra passes, you must relay our secret to your granddaughter. Give her the rest of the cups I have included, and tell her our method. The gift is in your hands now. That is all. Everything else will come to you in time. I hope you decide to visit. We have much to discuss. Remember, my door is always open for you, Teresa. With love, Grandma Terry, I put the letter down, my hands trembling, and rushed to the bathroom. I bent over the toilet with an urge to vomit, but it never came. When I stood up, I looked deep into the mirror at the woman I had become. Without the tea's beneficial effect, I was reverted to my previous self, old and weathered, haggard from the years of abuse I had inflicted on my body. All that partying from my 20s caught up with me, and I had lost everything. Now I was just another middle-aged woman, lost in the endless sea of ordinary people, and I hated ordinary. Gone were the days as a teen where time was spent laying in the sun, tanning my golden body. Endless free vacations and gifts bought by men who barely knew me, all vying for my attention. My meteoric rise up the California social scene where I was someone, making waves with the rich and famous. Then I got pregnant and everything came crashing down. My body was ruined, and along with it all my aspirations. Cassandra's father was a successful Hollywood producer, a pretentious asshole who dumped me as soon as he found out. With no formal education or job prospects, I was left penniless to raise my daughter on my own. Only years later did he come around, and became the now doting father. He proceeded to spoil her rotten, garnering her favor, while I was left dealing with the most challenging portions of parenting. Cassandra, oblivious to the struggles I endured as a poor single mother, came to love her father. And why wouldn't she? He could give her anything she desired. And now she barely came to see me anymore, spending ever more time with her new, hip stepmother. All the while her mother rotted alone, working a crappy minimum wage job, living in a shitty subsidized apartment. I screamed and then cried until there was nothing left but anger. I went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and moved slowly into my bedroom. The compressor hummed. Was she really inside? I took a deep breath and pulled the hatch. Inside was my mother, crammed in the fetal position. It was the only way to fit a body inside. To my relief, her head was covered with a black hood. After a brief hesitation, I went for it, slicing a small piece of flesh from her forearm. It was easier than I had expected. I shut the freezer and went to the kitchen, where I pulled a coffee grinder from the cabinet. I ground the flesh into a powdery mix, exactly how my grandma had done. Then I wrapped the powder in a small napkin and steeped it in some boiling water. I had brewed my first cup of tea. It was brown and smelled foul, but I salivated with anticipation. He will lust for me once more. However, this time it will be his life that is ruined, not mine. I sat back, thanked my mother, and took my first sip. It appeared on the horizon early one morning at the very far edge of Caleb's field. It was just a blip at first, but as it gently wafted closer to my property, it became large enough to blot out the sun. My son Henry was captivated. He'd never seen a hot air balloon in person before. He watched it drift closer and closer, then ran out on the porch in his dinosaur onesie and watched it creeping even closer. As I drank my coffee, I could hear the sputters of the fire keeping the colorful thing afloat. It would stop and start periodically, bursting to life in a geyser of flames. My son waved excitedly, but his excitement waned as the hot air balloon drew nearer. "Mommy, there's no one in the basket," he said. I heard the burner puttering. "What do you mean, honey?" I asked through the open window. I stretched down and peered up at the object in the sky. Henry was right. There was no one manning the hot air balloon. Weird, I thought, must have gotten loose. There hadn't been much wind that morning, but if whoever the balloon belonged to hadn't tied it down properly, it could have drifted off on its own. Out of curiosity, I grabbed my keys, buckled my son in the back seat of the truck, and took off after it. The balloon ran out of fuel and landed on the outskirts of my field, where I finally caught up to it. Caleb was already there, sitting on his four-wheeler and scrutinizing it with a perplexed expression on his face. "Morning, Grace," he said, never looking away from the object as the envelope slowly lost its circular shape and fanned to the ground like curtains in the breeze. "Howdy, Caleb. Any idea what this straggler's doing here?" I asked. I opened the back door to let Henry out. My excitable son jumped out of the truck and bolted towards the hot air balloon. Thankfully, Caleb grabbed him by the shoulders and held him back. "No, son, it's not safe, might catch fire. Best to keep your distance," he told Henry. His gaze then fell on me. Not sure. "I reckon it's a runaway tourist attraction from a few towns over," I theorized. He rubbed his bushy chin. Yeah, that's probably it." Henry squirmed in Caleb's firm grip. "Mom, I want to go look." The last of the fabric fell and draped over a patch of soil. "Should be safe now," said Caleb, jerking his head towards my son. I nodded back and he let Henry go. My boy squealed and ran towards the basket. "Careful not to touch the burner, honey, it's still hot," I called out, hands on my hips. Caleb followed him at a much slower pace. "It's quiet this morning," he murmured. "Did you notice?" I shook my head. "It's never quiet with Henry around." He laughed. I picked up the pace as Henry pulled himself aboard. Though I knew it was impossible, a small part of me was afraid the balloon would inflate and my son would fly off into the sky, never to be seen or heard from again. Just one of the many ridiculous automatic thoughts you get when you're a parent. Everything has the potential to be dangerous, even when it's not. Thankfully, the hot air balloon stayed right where it was, and Henry ran around in the basket like it was the best toy he'd ever seen. "Now don't you break anything, Henry," I said, leaning over the side of the basket. Caleb knelt down, lifted the fabric, and inspected it curiously. "Everything looks intact. Best not leave it out here, though." "Help me put it in the back of my truck. I'll store it in the barn until its owners show up," I answered. It probably cost a pretty penny. Someone was bound to come claim it sooner or later. Maybe I'd convince them to take us up for a ride as a thank you. I shooed Henry out of the basket and told him to go sit in the truck while Caleb and I unhooked the fabric, rolled it, and tossed it in the back. We then grabbed the basket and hoisted it up. "Shit," I whispered, straining to lift it. "Heavier than it looks." Beads of sweat were rolling down Caleb's face, probably because of the burner. I nodded. It wasn't easy, but we managed to force it in the truck. Caleb helped me tie it down while Henry watched eagerly from the back seat. "Phew," I mumbled, wiping my brow. I was definitely having second thoughts about bringing it into the barn. Maybe I'd just throw a tarp on it once I got home and call it a day. Caleb wiped his hands on his jeans. "I best be headed back. The wife will want to know what all the excitement was about." He hopped on his four-wheeler and gave me a wave. "Thanks, Caleb. Y'all take care," I answered. We both took off in opposite directions. Henry watched as Caleb disappeared on the horizon, and then stared at our rows of corn the rest of the way home. As we pulled into the driveway, Henry said, Mr. Scarecrow's doing a good job today. What? He pointed to the field. Look. I followed his gaze to the Scarecrow. For the first time in years, there were no crows cawing around it or anywhere else on the property. Stupid thing never worked before. Don't know why it was working now. Well, I'll be damned. Caleb was right. Without the incessant bird calls and with most of the animals still asleep, it was rather quiet out. So quiet, in fact, that I could hear a low atmospheric hum droning on in the background. The kind of sound you only notice when everything else goes away. It was neither peaceful nor annoying. It was just a constant low sound easily drowned out by my son's babbling. Spencer, our farmhand, arrived late that morning. I was already washing the dishes from breakfast when I saw him driving up the road. He had a bad habit of being tardy, so I wasn't exactly surprised when he came running through the door, huffing, puffing, and apologizing. "Sorry, ma'am. This is the last time, I swear," he said. I stared at him, unimpressed. "Do you hear what happened?" he asked. "The hot air balloon? Yeah, I was there, and I still managed to make it back here on time to feed the livestock." He lowered his head in shame. "Sorry, ma'am." I sighed. "It's fine, just get to work, all right?" He nodded. Just as he was about to step out the door, however, we heard a booming noise off in the distance. "What in tarnation was that?" he asked, peering out towards the field. "Transformer exploded," I suggested. "Too loud for that," he replied. We stepped onto the porch and scanned the area until we spotted a wisp of smoke in the distance. "Looks like it's coming from the Burns field," he said. "Probably just their tractor. Mr. Burns has been meaning to replace that old thing for years now. Guess the engine finally gave out," I replied, and then shoved him lightly. "Come on, enough procrastinating, you've got work to do." His eyes stayed locked on the small column of smoke for a moment, but he eventually nodded. Right. Sorry, ma'am." While Spencer was doing hard labor outside and Henry was watching cartoons in the other room, I got to work pickling vegetables for storage. It was nearing lunch when Spencer finally showed up again. He was covered in dirt. "Took care of the cattle and everything, ma'am," he said. "Good work, Spence. I'll have lunch ready in a minute. You mind doing one last thing? There's a tarp in the barn. Be a dear and go get it for me." "Sure, ma'am. Where exactly?" "In the storage loft. Can't miss it." "I'll be back in a minute," he answered. I watched him walking into the barn while I tended to the hash browns. Then I waited. Waited for a couple of minutes, then 5, then 10. What the hell is taking so long? I paced back and forth, irritated. His car was still in the driveway, so I knew he hadn't slipped away to go flirt with some girl in town. With a grunt, I stomped into the barn, expecting to see him lounging about. I was prepared to chastise him for his laziness. "Spence?" I asked angrily as the door swung open. A ladder was propped against the wooden loft, the tarp at its feet. I grabbed the tarp and peered up, trying to find Spencer. "Spence, what are you playing at?" I called. No answer. "Spence, lunch is ready. Get down from there," I insisted. Still nothing. Not even a single creak from the wooden planks. All I could hear was the quiet hum from earlier, this time slightly louder. If Spencer was up there, he was being perfectly still and quiet, two things he wasn't too good at. Tarp wedged under my arm, I grabbed the ladder and began climbing the rungs. I was about halfway up when I heard Henry calling, "Mom, I'm hungry!" Well, I had what I needed. I had the tarp. Spencer could play his stupid games all he wanted for all I cared. I slid back down and went back inside to serve lunch. "Where's Spencer?" asked Henry. "He's trying a brand new diet of cold eggs and ham," I answered. "Ew." We finished eating with no sign of Spencer. I was starting to get a little worried. He wasn't the most reliable guy. He'd often come in late and cut out early, but he'd never run off on me in the middle of the day. And he'd certainly never leave his car behind. I figured I'd go look for him once I was done with the dishes. Henry was playing with his toys and I was drying off the last of the pots and pans. I probably never would have noticed it if the sun wasn't shining at just the right angle, sending a beam of light from floor to ceiling. Dust particles. They were dancing through the room's air currents. However, about a foot below the ceiling, there was a visible decrease in the density. I watched as little flakes swam up and disappeared beyond the invisible border. Weird, I thought, squinting at the empty space. There was something about it that made me feel unnerved. It's like I knew something was wrong, but couldn't quite put my finger on what. I looked outside. Not a bird in sight for miles. I thought of the hot air balloon and how empty it had been. I thought about Spencer up in the barn's loft. A bumblebee buzzed by the window, flew up beyond the intangible line, and disappeared. 1 second it was there, the next, it was just gone. "I'm going to get my trucks," squeaked Henry as he ran towards the stairs. I grabbed him so quickly that he nearly fell. "Don't go upstairs," I warned, my voice a mix of stern conviction and crackling terror. I gulped down a knot of apprehension. My eyes were locked on the immaculate separation between the dusty and nearly dustless air. In that moment, I could only think of one thing, something I'd heard on TV. Dust is mainly comprised of dead skin cells. My blood ran cold. I could see it moving. The separation, I mean. Slowly, like the motion of the sun setting on the horizon. It was subtle, but it was definitely moving down. That's when I realized that humming sound from this morning was getting even louder. We need to get to lower ground, I thought. I wasn't even sure what was going on, but I knew that something bad would happen if we were caught under the unseen ceiling slowly dropping on us. We lived on a plateau surrounded by mountains, the lowest point for miles. There was no lower ground except for the cellar. Ducking my head, I grabbed Henry's arm and pulled him towards the door. "Mom, what are you doing?" he whined, tugging back. I didn't answer. I didn't know what to say. I closed the door tightly, unsure whether or not it would help keep it, whatever it was, out. The mere possibility that it might help was enough to bring me some form of comfort. With my free hand, I nabbed the flashlight I kept on the top step and climbed down with my son. It was cold downstairs, perfect for storage. I had shelves with jars full of pickled vegetables, homemade jams, and sealed meats lining every wall. The concrete room wasn't very inviting to a 7-year-old, so Henry usually stayed out unless I asked him to fetch me something. I let out a sigh of relief and took a seat on the bottom of the wooden staircase. I could hear frogs and crickets chirping happily outside. "Mom?" I didn't answer. Instead, I went over the facts in my mind. Was I exaggerating? What had compelled me to run and hide? An empty hot air balloon, a missing farmhand? "Mom." "Huh? What, Henry?" I replied. He bounced around from foot to foot. "What's going on?" I paused, thinking it over. What was I supposed to tell the kid? I didn't even know what was happening. My eyebrows came together. "There's bad air up there." "Like a fart?" I sighed. "Yeah, something like that." I hung my head and hid my face behind my hands. I was being stupid. At least that's what I thought, until the croaks came to a sudden stop, as though all the bullfrogs in the creek out back were suddenly holding their breaths. I found myself holding mine, waiting for the sound to come back, but all I heard were the crickets. 10 minutes later, the crickets went silent. The void from the hush that fell over the room couldn't even be filled by the pitter-patter of Henry's feet as he ran in circles, bored out of his mind. My fear only increased as I spotted the jars of meat sitting on the top shelf of the rack in the corner. They were empty. I pointed the flashlight up and looked at the dust particles in its ray. They were disappearing about 2 feet from the ceiling, just like they had upstairs. And just like upstairs, the invisible divide was getting lower. That low hum following suit. All I could do was watch as, over the course of an hour, the separation came closer and closer to my son and I until it became clear that I couldn't sit on the stairs anymore. I pulled Henry into my lap and sat on the cold concrete floor, shaking as I watched the invisible ceiling falling on us. From time to time, I had to jiggle the flashlight to get it working again. I rocked my son gently, praying whatever was falling on us would stop and pull back, praying Henry wouldn't go rogue on me and run out of my grasp. As it came closer, I lay down and told my son to do the same. We had to stay as low to the ground as possible. "Don't move, honey," I told him. "Mom, what are you doing?" "We're playing dead, honey. If you do good, I'll bake you your favorite cake," I promised. "But you gotta be perfectly still, all right?" "Okay," he said. I wasn't sure what to expect. Would it hurt when it happened? Would we disappear like the people in the hot air balloon? Could we somehow be saved? I held my hand against Henry's chest, pinning him down like a seatbelt. I could feel him shivering against the cold stone floor. I was terrified he'd squirm and disappear forever. Should have brought a blanket, I thought. No, the blankets were on the second floor. The second floor hadn't been safe. There was a rock digging into my thigh, but I couldn't risk moving. The threshold was closing in on us, making me feel claustrophobic in the wide-open room. I dropped the flashlight, closed my eyes tightly, and held my breath for as long as I could. I waited, listening to the droning hum getting louder and louder like a bug circling my ear. I could feel Henry's body heat radiating from his chest. As long as I felt that warmth on my arm, I knew my boy was okay. Even if I disappeared, at least he'd be lower to the ground. Low enough to be safe, I hoped. We must have been there for at least an hour, maybe 2, before the sound became more distant. Henry had somehow fallen asleep despite the displeasing conditions. I opened my eyes, finally gathering enough courage to reach for the flashlight. I flicked it on and carefully aimed it at the ceiling. The dust wasn't back, but I couldn't see a divide anymore. Either we'd been engulfed or the phenomena had passed. I was afraid to move at first, but I finally raised my arm. Nothing happened. I sat up. Still nothing. I let out a sigh of relief. We'd been spared. Somehow, by some miracle, we'd been spared. When the hum completely faded, I cautiously climbed up the stairs, keeping my head low. I opened the door and looked around. The sound was gone, the invisible divide gone with it. It was over. After waking Henry and warming him up, I headed out to the barn. It was empty. No birds, no livestock, not even a single fly buzzing around the cow manure. Every single animal on my farm had gone missing. We got in the truck and headed towards town. As we passed the Burns farm, I saw their crop duster crashed to pieces in the field. Must have been the explosion Spencer and I heard earlier. I stopped to check, but the plane was empty. I knocked on the Burns door, but received no answer. I drove to Caleb's farm and tried them. No answer. I drove to town. There was no one, not a single living being, not even a goddamn squirrel. I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm afraid it's about to happen again. I can hear that hum in the distance. As much as I want to get out of here, I can't take the risk. I mean, the only path out of here is through the mountains, and I don't fancy going anywhere too high right now. I'm going to try my luck and hide in the cellar again. If you don't hear from me, it means we weren't lucky enough to be spared twice. I first met Dr. Marcus Chen on a rainy Tuesday in October. Like most people who seek therapy, I was going through a rough patch. Nothing too serious. Just the usual mix of work stress and relationship issues that pile up until you can't see over them anymore. His office sat on the 3rd floor of a brick medical building in downtown Seattle, with large windows that looked out over the constant drizzle and gray skies. Looking back, I should have noticed something was off about him from the start. The way his smile never quite reached his eyes. The slight delay before he responded to his own name. But when you're desperate for help, you tend to ignore the warning signs. The first few sessions went well enough. Dr. Chen had this way of making everything seem fixable, manageable. He'd lean forward in his leather chair, nod at just the right moments, and offer what seemed like perfectly reasonable advice. Quit my job, cut ties with my family, move to a new city, start fresh. It wasn't until I'd followed through on most of his suggestions that I realized how isolated I'd become. My savings were dwindling, my friends had stopped calling, and my family's numbers were all blocked. On his recommendation, of course. That's when his advice started getting stranger. He suggested I change my name, delete my social media presence, even alter my appearance. Sometimes we need to become someone else to find ourselves, he'd say, that not quite right smile playing across his face. I stopped seeing him after 6 months, moved to Portland, found a new therapist, Dr. Sarah Williams. The first session went fine until I noticed something about the way she held her pen, pinched between her thumb and forefinger, just like Dr. Chen. By the 3rd session, her face had started to change. Subtle at first, the angle of her jaw, the spacing of her eyes. By the end of the hour, I was sitting across from Dr. Chen again, same empty smile, same carefully measured words. I ran. Changed cities again. Phoenix, Denver, Chicago. Each time I'd find a new therapist, carefully vetted, excellent reviews. Male, female, young, old. It didn't matter. By the 3rd session, they'd all become him. Their faces would shift like melting wax, their voices modulating mid-sentence until they matched his precise, measured tone. I haven't slept properly in 3 years. I've stopped seeing therapists altogether, but sometimes I'll catch glimpses of him. In the rearview mirror of my car, he's the passenger in the back seat, gone when I turn around. In store windows, his reflection walks beside mine. In crowds, his face appears on strangers who turn to watch me pass. Last week, I finally broke down and called my mother, the first time in 2 years. When she answered, her voice was different, measured, precise. "It's time to come back to therapy," she said, melting to Dr. Chen's voice. "You can't run forever. I'm writing this from a motel room in some small town in Montana. The clerk at the front desk looked normal when I checked in an hour ago, but I can hear footsteps outside my door now. Someone's key is scratching at the lock. I know who it is. I know what face I'll see when that door opens. I'm writing this so anyone knows. Be aware of Dr. Chen. After all, every face is his face now." This is for you, whoever you are, tasked with sorting through the wreckage of Project Golgotha and determining what went wrong. You'll find my name scattered through the files, attached to reports and assessments, but this is the truth of what happened in Aeternum Fossilis. It is all I can offer before whatever is inside me takes hold completely. Even now, I'm not sure what compels me to write. Fear, perhaps. Guilt, most certainly. But there is something deeper, a kind of pull. Like the city itself is still alive inside me. Its influence working through my hands. If that sounds absurd, you'll come to understand. By the time you finish reading this, you'll believe me. Or you'll wish you didn't. It began in the spring of 2015, though the roots of this nightmare go back far earlier. The city, our discovery, wasn't new. It had always been there, slumbering beneath the Appalachian Mountains, buried in rock that predates anything resembling humanity. A geological survey stumbled upon it, their equipment picking up irregular seismic patterns deep within the earth. The initial assumption was a massive cave system, but the scans revealed impossible structures, symmetry and design where there should have been none. The site was immediately classified. Too advanced, too alien, the report said, though they didn't use the word alien officially. The Department of Defense called it Aeternum Fossilis, a name that sounded appropriately grand and harmless, and they established Project Golgotha to oversee its exploration. The name should have been a warning. They recruited me from Princeton, where I'd been publishing work on ancient civilizations. My specialty is piecing together the lives of dead cultures, reconstructing their stories from ruins and relics. I wasn't prepared for this. None of us were. The team was small by design, 6 of us, each chosen for our specific expertise. We were given enough information to prepare, but not enough to grasp the scale of what we were walking into. I still remember the first briefing in the Pentagon's windowless conference room. The air was stale with recycled coolness, and the lights overhead buzzed faintly, just enough to crawl under your skin. A man from the Department of Defense, whose name I never caught, stood at the head of the table and projected a grainy black and white image onto the wall. I scanned the room as I took my seat. Eliza Ward, a paleobiologist I recognized from a few conferences, nodded at me briefly before returning her attention to the table. Malcolm Reyes, a geologist with a reputation for being prickly but brilliant, was scribbling in a notebook. There was a military officer, Lieutenant Daniel Price, whose sharp posture and unreadable face gave him away instantly. The other 2, Tessa Burke and Victor Green, I didn't recognize, though their demeanor suggested they weren't academics. Once I sat, the man in gray pressed a button on a small remote, and the room's lights dimmed. A grainy black and white image flickered onto the screen at the far end of the room. "This," he began, "is Aeternum Fossilis. We believe it to be a fossilized city. The structure you see here is nearly a mile underground." The image was hard to interpret at first, just a mass of jagged shapes and shadows. But as he spoke, the details began to emerge. Walls, arches, and spire-like formations frozen in place. The structures were unmistakably artificial, yet their contours felt disturbingly organic. This site was discovered 6 months ago during a routine geological survey in the Appalachian Mountains, he continued. Initial analysis indicated the presence of an extensive underground cave system. However, further investigation revealed something far more significant. He clicked the remote again, and a series of diagrams replaced the photograph. This is a fossilized city. The structures you're seeing are petrified, composed of minerals that replaced their original organic material over time. "Wait," Eliza interrupted, leaning forward. "You're saying these structures were alive?" "We believe so, yes," the man said, his tone flat, clinical. "Though the exact nature of their function remains unclear. What we do know is that the site is over 1 billion years old." The room fell silent. "That's impossible," Malcolm muttered, shaking his head. A billion years ago, Earth wasn't even hosting multicellular life. And yet, the man replied, radiometric dating of the surrounding rock confirms the timeline. This predates not only human civilization, but all known life forms capable of creation. Tessa, the data technician, finally broke the silence. What exactly do you want from us? We want answers, the man said. Your team has been assembled because each of you brings a unique expertise to this project. Dr. Falk, you'll lead the team in studying the cultural and structural aspects of the site. Dr. Ward, you'll analyze the biological components. Dr. Reyes, your focus will be on the geological and material properties. Lieutenant Price will oversee security and ensure operational efficiency. Ms. Burke and Mr. Green will handle technical and structural analysis. And the goal, I asked? To determine what this city is, who built it, and why. Eliza frowned. And what happens if we find something we don't understand? The man's lips twitched into what could have been a smile, or a warning. That's why we've chosen you, Doctor. Ward, we trust you'll figure it out. 2 weeks later, we stood at the entrance to the site. The journey had been arduous. A helicopter ride over the Appalachian wilderness, followed by an hours-long trek through dense forest to a remote guarded facility. The entrance itself was nothing more than a narrow shaft descending into the earth, lined with steel supports and dim, flickering lights. Welcome to Golgotha, Lieutenant Price said as we entered a metal-caged elevator. His tone was dry, almost amused. We descended into the earth like divers slipping into a deep and uncharted ocean, the dim light from above fading until only the faint hum of our equipment and the rhythmic clank of the elevator cage surrounded us. Lieutenant Price stood closest to the controls, his sharp silhouette barely illuminated by the flickering overhead bulb. He kept his hand on the lever as if the whole contraption might fail at any moment. Eliza, you good? I asked, noticing her pale face in the weak light. Yeah, fine, she said, but her voice was clipped. She gripped the railing with both hands, knuckles white. The elevator jolted to a stop and the gate slid open with a screech. We stepped out onto a grated metal platform suspended above a gaping void. Floodlights mounted at irregular intervals illuminated the cavern below in stark white. The light cast long shadows that danced across the walls, making the space seem even more foreign. And there it was, Aeternum Fossilis. The first thing that struck me was the scale. The city stretched beyond the range of the floodlights, its fossilized structures merging with the darkness. The buildings, if they could even be called that, rose like skeletal spires, their surfaces riddled with porous patterns that reminded me of coral or bone. Arches and bridges crisscrossed the space, their intricate designs defying architectural logic. It was both mesmerizing and deeply unsettling. It's beautiful, Eliza said softly, breaking the silence. The path from the platform to the city floor was a series of metal staircases and reinforced walkways that zigzagged their way downward. The further we descended, the more oppressive the air became, heavy and stale, carrying a faint metallic tang that clung to the back of my throat. The silence was almost suffocating, broken only by the crunch of boots on gravel and the occasional creak of the scaffolding. When we finally reached the city floor, it was like stepping onto another planet. The ground was covered in a thin layer of fine dust, disturbed only by the fossilized veins of what might once have been roadways. The buildings themselves loomed above us, their shadows stretching long and jagged across the terrain. Malcolm knelt, his tools already in hand. He scraped away a bit of dust, revealing a smooth, fossilized surface beneath. He muttered something under his breath as he worked, his movements methodical and precise. Victor Green let out a low whistle as he scanned the cavernous space with his flashlight. Jesus. The beam swept across the entrance to the city, revealing angular walls that rose into darkness. Massive fossilized structures towered ahead, their forms eerily symmetrical but undeniably organ-like. It was like stepping into the ribs of some long-dead colossus. Eliza, standing beside Victor, muttered under her breath, "This doesn't feel real." "It is," Malcolm Reyes said flatly. "Calcium carbonate and silica deposits. Perfect mineral replacement, but the texture..." He ran a gloved hand over the surface and frowned. "I've seen cultivated corals that look less deliberate." "Stay close," Price ordered. His voice cut through the quiet, authoritative but calm. "Until we've cleared the immediate area, no wandering off." No one argued. The vastness of the cavern swallowed our small group, and the faint echoes of our movements seemed to mock the idea that we had control over this environment. I could feel the weight of the mountain pressing down on us, the knowledge that we were a mile beneath the surface settling heavily in my chest. "Let's move," I said, taking the lead. "We'll head for the main structures first, document everything." The approach to the city was slow, deliberate. Our lights played over colossal skeletal formations that seemed to grow from the ground. Each structure was riddled with a latticework of pores and branching patterns. The sheer scale was staggering. Arches and spires reached heights that no human architecture could match. Eliza stopped abruptly, shining her flashlight on a nearby wall. "Look at this," she said, kneeling down. I joined her, crouching beside what looked like a segment of fossilized bone. It was massive, the porous texture riddled with spirals and ridges. "Petrified cartilage?" I suggested. "Maybe," she said. "But the patterns, they're too precise. It's like the whole thing was designed, engineered." Malcolm joined us, squinting as he inspected the texture. If it was alive, it wasn't like anything on Earth, at least not anything we've ever seen. I nodded, but the enormity of the implications felt too big to tackle just then. "Let's keep moving." We moved deeper into Eternum Fossilis, the city swallowing us in its vastness. Each step forward felt more deliberate than the last, as if the ground itself were guiding us. I couldn't shake the sensation that we weren't supposed to be there, or maybe we were. It was hard to tell. That feeling of purpose, of intentionality, hung in the air like static. Victor Green, his flashlight beam darting between the skeletal spires, let out a low groan. Whoever, or whatever, built this didn't half-ass it. "It's not human," Eliza said flatly. She was crouched beside what looked like a fragmented pillar, her gloved hand tracing the porous surface. "Look at the patterns here. They're cellular, almost vascular. This wasn't constructed, it was cultivated." Malcolm Reyes scoffed, the sound sharp and dismissive. He was already unpacking his equipment, muttering something under his breath about calcium carbonate deposits. "Everything down here screams mineral replacement. You're looking at fossilization on a scale none of us have ever seen, sure. But don't romanticize it, Ward. This is rock, not tissue." "And how do you explain the organization?" she snapped, standing and gesturing at the spires surrounding us. "Coral doesn't grow in straight lines, it doesn't form arches." "Enough," I said, cutting through their argument. "Catalog first, speculate later. The last thing we need is to start chasing theories before we have data." Tessa Burke was already several paces ahead, her eyes darting between the glowing screen of her tablet and the towering edifices. She looked back at us, her voice measured but tight. "I'm picking up faint magnetic fields. They're weak, but they're there." "That's normal," Malcolm said dismissively. "Fossilized material can retain residual magnetism." Tessa hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line. "This doesn't feel residual, it's patterned, like it's pulsing." I glanced at Lieutenant Price, who stood off to the side, his hand resting on the butt of his sidearm. He hadn't said much since we'd arrived, but his presence was steadying, even if he looked as uneasy as the rest of us. "What do you think?" I asked. Price shrugged. "I think we follow the orders, document, analyze, keep our guard up." We continued onward, the city's immensity fully engulfing us. Tessa's tablet began to chime softly as she continued to record environmental data. "These readings are strange," she said, frowning at the screen. "Temperature fluctuations, minor magnetic disturbances. It's like the city is reacting to us." "It's dead," Malcolm said without looking up, his tone firm. "Anything you're picking up is residual, like a phantom echo. There's nothing living here." Eliza tilted her head, her brow furrowed. "Maybe not alive, but what if it's not entirely dead either? What if this fossilization is a kind of hibernation?" Malcolm laughed under his breath. "You're reaching. And you're blind," she shot back. "Enough," I interjected again, my patience thinning. "Over here," Victor called, his voice low and urgent. He was standing at the edge of what looked like an open courtyard, his flashlight trained on a shape jutting out of the ground. At first I thought it was just another piece of fossilized architecture, a twisted column or collapsed archway. But as I got closer, the shape resolved into something horrifyingly familiar. It was a skeletal figure, humanoid but grotesquely elongated. Its ribcage flared out like the petals of a diseased flower, and its limbs were unnaturally bent, the joints bulging with what looked like calcified growths. "Jesus Christ," Eliza whispered, kneeling beside it. Her hand hovered just above the fossilized remains, trembling slightly. It's bipedal. Look at the pelvis, the spine. This thing stood upright. "But it's not human," I said. The words felt heavy as they left my mouth. "It can't be." "No," she agreed, her voice barely audible. "But it's close." Malcolm joined us, his skepticism visibly wavering as he crouched to examine the figure. "The proportions are wrong. The skull. Look at the cranial capacity, it's massive. This thing would have to have been upwards of 10 feet tall." He adjusted his headlamp and leaned closer, inspecting the porous texture of the bones. "This is incredible. The preservation, it's like the fossilization process froze everything pre-decomposition. I've never seen anything like it." Eliza reached out with a gloved hand, brushing away the thin layer of dust that covered the remains. "Look at these bones. They're porous like bird bones, but the structure, it's almost like cartilage. And this," Eliza said, pointing to the fossil's ribcage, "these ridges, they're not just decorative, they're functional, maybe for respiration, circulation." "It's fossilized," Malcolm said. "There's no way to know for sure." "This doesn't add up," Tessa said, staring at the readings on her tablet. "The magnetic fields are stronger here. It's like they're concentrated around these remains." "Maybe they were using the fields for something," Victor suggested. "Power? Communication? We're way out of our depth here." Tessa's voice broke the silence, calm but strained. "I'm detecting more of them, straight ahead." We followed her lead, the beam of her flashlight cutting through the gloom. The courtyard opened into a vast chamber, its floor scattered with similar skeletal figures. Dozens of them. They were sprawled in unnatural poses, as if frozen mid-motion. Some looked as though they were trying to shield themselves, their elongated arms twisted in front of their faces. Others were collapsed on their sides, their contorted spines suggesting some sort of agony. "What the hell happened here?" Price murmured. "I don't know," I said, "but this wasn't natural." Eliza was already moving among the remains, cataloging them with a feverish intensity. "This wasn't just fossilization. These beings, whatever they were, they died suddenly. Look at the fractures, the way the structures collapsed in on themselves. It's almost like they were petrified." "Petrified," Malcolm echoed, his voice sharp. "You're suggesting what? That they turned to stone instantly?" "Look around," she said, gesturing at the chamber. "Do you see any signs of decomposition, erosion? These remains are pristine. Something happened here, something catastrophic." Tessa was pacing the perimeter of the chamber, her tablet held close to her chest. "The magnetic fields are stronger here," she said, "definitely localized around the remains." Price stepped closer to one of the figures, his flashlight casting long-edged shadows on the walls. If this was some kind of attack, who or what was responsible? "Maybe it wasn't an attack," I said, the words leaving my mouth before I'd fully thought them through. "Maybe this was deliberate." Eliza looked up from where she was crouched, her expression unreadable. "You're saying they did this to themselves?" I didn't respond. The idea was absurd, but as I stood there surrounded by those grotesque, frozen figures, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was right. This wasn't a massacre. It was something else. Something intentional. I didn't know why that thought had entered into my mind. Victor broke the silence, his voice tight. "We need to keep moving. If we're going to figure this out, we need more data." He was right, but I couldn't stop staring at the remains. The longer I looked, the more certain I became that we were standing in the aftermath of something we weren't meant to understand. We pressed on, leaving the chamber of bones behind, but the unease lingered, settling over us like a smog. Eventually, we entered into what I can only describe as a thoroughfare. A long, straight corridor flanked by spire-like structures that reached upward, their tops vanishing into the darkness above. The porous walls were interspersed with oval-shaped openings like windows in an insectoid hive. The ground beneath us was smoother there, with faint ridges that ran parallel to each other like the grooves of a massive petrified artery. "This place feels too..." Victor paused, searching for the right word. "Organized, you know, like it's not just a city. It's meant for something." "Meant for what?" I asked, more to myself than anyone else. Eliza knelt beside one of the ridges, running a gloved hand along its surface. "These grooves, they remind me of vascular pathways, like capillaries or veins." "Veins don't fossilize into perfect geometry," Malcolm said, though his usual arrogance was tempered. "Neither do buildings," Eliza countered. Tessa's voice broke the silence, tight and subdued. "I'm picking up another fluctuation, stronger this time." Malcolm glanced over her shoulder at the tablet in her hands. Magnetic fields again? He asked, though there was a hesitation in his tone now. She nodded. Same signature as before, but it's getting more focused, like it's drawing us toward something. Or we're walking into it, Victor muttered, his voice low. I glanced back at Price, who brought up the rear. His hand hadn't left the butt of his sidearm since we'd entered the city. His face was unreadable in the dim light, but the tension in his posture was clear. The corridor widened suddenly, spilling out into a large circular chamber. Our flashlights darted across the space, revealing walls covered in the same porous patterns we'd seen throughout the city. But here they were denser, almost ornate. The floor beneath our boots felt smoother, polished even, with faint grooves etched into the stone. At the center of the room was a massive column, rising into the darkness above. It was covered in spirals and ridges that twisted in ways that made my stomach bile churn if I looked at them too long. "This is different," Eliza said, stepping cautiously toward the column. Her voice was soft, almost reverent. "The patterns here, look at the uniformity." "Everything about this place feels coordinated," Victor muttered, scanning the walls with his flashlight. "But what's it for?" "Maybe it's structural," Malcolm offered, though his words lacked the certainty they usually carried. He crouched beside the column, running a gloved hand over its surface. "These grooves could be stress lines, reinforcement. If this place was alive, if it was some kind of organism, then maybe this is..." "A nerve center?" Eliza finished for him, her tone more curious than skeptical. Malcolm grimaced. "I was going to say a support column, but sure, let's go with nerve center." Tessa, still focused on her tablet, frowned. "The magnetic readings are off the charts here. It's not random, it's pulsing." "Like a heartbeat?" Victor asked, the words hanging in the air. "Can we not?" Malcolm snapped, standing abruptly. He wiped his gloves on his pants. "It's fossilized, okay? Dead, long dead. Any fluctuations you're picking up are..." "What?" Eliza interrupted, crossing her arms. "Residual? We've been hearing that from you since we got here, Malcolm. At what point are you going to admit this doesn't fit any model we've ever seen?" He opened his mouth to respond, but stopped, glancing at the column again. For the first time since we'd arrived, he looked unsure. Price cleared his throat, stepping forward. "We don't have to figure out everything right now. Take your readings, document the site, and let's keep moving. The longer we're here, the more exposed we are." "To what?" Eliza asked, turning to face him. He didn't answer, but his silence said enough. We split into pairs to examine the chamber. Tessa stayed by the column, her tablet's faint glow reflecting off her face as she recorded data. Eliza moved to the walls, carefully photographing the patterns, while Victor helped her map the chamber's dimensions. Malcolm stuck closer to the center, his earlier bravado replaced with a kind of guarded curiosity. Price and I circled the perimeter, scanning for anything that might give us context. "You're quiet," I said, keeping my voice low. Price shrugged. "Not much to say." "You've been in worse places than this, haven't you?" He glanced at me, his expression unreadable. "I've been in dangerous places. This doesn't feel dangerous. It feels wrong." I didn't press him. He wasn't lying. The air in the chamber felt heavier than it should, like the city was pressing down on us. Watching. Waiting. "Eliza," Tessa called out suddenly, her voice sharper than usual. "Come look at this." We all converged on the column, where Tessa was pointing at a small, irregular gap in its surface. It was no wider than a fist and about a foot long, the edges jagged as if something had fractured the fossil. "What am I looking at?" Eliza asked, leaning in close. "Tell me that doesn't look fresh," Tessa said. It did. The exposed material inside the gap wasn't the dull gray of fossilized stone, but a darker, almost organic black. It glistened faintly under our flashlights. "That's not possible," Malcolm said, but his voice barely registered. Eliza reached out, her fingers hovering over the spot. "It's wet." "Don't touch it," Price barked, his tone sharp enough to make her pull back. He stepped forward, peering into the gap. "If that's some kind of biological material, we don't know what we're dealing with." "It shouldn't be here," Malcolm said, more to himself than anyone else. "This entire structure is fossilized. It's been petrified for millions, no billions of years. This doesn't make sense." "None of this makes sense," Victor muttered. "We need to document it," Eliza said, her voice resolute. "Carefully. If this is organic, if it's preserved, this could be the breakthrough we've been looking for." "And if it's dangerous?" Price countered. Eliza hesitated but didn't back down. "It's a risk worth taking." Reluctantly, Price stepped back, keeping his hand on his weapon as Eliza set up a small sampling kit. She worked methodically, scraping a tiny amount of the black substance into a sterile container. It clung to the edge of her tool like tar, stretching slightly before breaking free. Tessa's tablet chimed again, and she glanced down, frowning. The magnetic fields are spiking. This is... She stopped, her eyes narrowing. Wait, it's not just the fields, the temperature's rising. Malcolm checked his own instruments, his brow furrowing. That's impossible. We're over a mile underground. It's faint, Tessa said, but it's consistent. Whatever this is, it's active. Eliza stood, holding the sealed container carefully. Then we need to... A low rumble interrupted her, reverberating through the chamber like distant thunder. The column seemed to shudder, the spirals on its surface catching the light in a way that made them look almost fluid. Tell me that was a coincidence, Victor said, his voice tight. No one answered. We spent hours in that chamber, cataloging and documenting, but the more we examined the platform and its radiating lattice of filaments, the more questions it raised. This structure, Victor said, still focused on the intricate weaving of filaments. It's almost fractal. Every piece I examine leads to smaller, more detailed layers. It's like it was designed to self-organize. Self-organize into what? Price asked, his voice edged with tension. He wasn't a scientist, but he was no fool. He could sense the unease growing in all of us. Victor shrugged. I don't know. A network? A machine? Something biological? All of the above? I don't think our categories apply here. Tessa was sitting on the edge of the platform, her tablet glowing faintly in the dim light. She was silent, scrolling through her readings, her brow furrowed. I glanced at the others. Eliza was crouched by one of the larger filaments, carefully brushing away dust and debris. Malcolm was examining a cross-section of the fossilized material, his expression unreadable. Malcolm, I said, what's your take? He looked up, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. On what? The fact that we're standing on a billion-year-old anomaly? Or the fact that every single reading we're getting defies logic? Both, I said flatly. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Look, the mineral composition here is consistent with fossilization, but the patterns... He stopped, searching for the right words. They're too precise. This wasn't just a city. It was a system. Everything was interconnected. And now, it's like the whole thing is waiting for a signal. A signal for what? Price asked, stepping closer. Reactivation, Eliza said softly, standing up and dusting off her gloves. The word hung in the air like a warning. None of us wanted to acknowledge it, but we all felt it. That creeping certainty that this place wasn't as dead as we wanted it to be. We decided to push further into the city, following the stronger magnetic pulses Tessa had detected. The path led us through more corridors and chambers, each one more elaborate than the last. The architecture became increasingly intricate, with overlapping arches and spiraling columns that seemed to defy gravity. This is insane, Victor muttered as we walked. Who builds like this and how? There's no scaffolding, no framework. It's like the entire city was birthed. Maybe it was, Eliza said, her voice tinged with awe. Look at the consistency, the way the structures flow into one another. This wasn't constructed in the way we understand. It was grown. Eventually, we reached another large chamber, this one even more imposing than the last. It was circular with a dome ceiling that stretched impossibly high. The walls were lined with rib-like structures that curved inward, giving the space a claustrophobic, almost womb-like feel. At the center of the chamber was a massive fossilized structure, encased in what looked like crystalline material. It was shaped like an organ, living yet mechanical. What the hell is that? Victor asked, stepping closer. The heart of the city, Eliza whispered. We all gathered around the structure, staring at it in silence. It was massive, at least 10 feet tall, with branching filaments that spread outward like veins. The crystalline casing caught the light from our flashlights, refracting it into faint, eerie patterns on the walls. Tessa was the first to break the silence. I'm picking up stronger vibrations here, much stronger. It's resonating. Resonating with what? I asked. Us, maybe, she said uncertainly. Victor reached out, his gloved hand hovering just above the crystalline surface. This casing, it's not just a shell, it's part of the mechanism. You can see how the filaments feed into it. Don't touch it, Price warned, his voice sharp. Victor pulled his hand back, but his curiosity was palpable. Eliza crouched by one of the branching filaments, examining it closely. These structures, they're too complex to be decorative. They served a purpose. What kind of purpose? I asked. She shook her head. I don't know. Power distribution, maybe? Or communication. This whole city, it's like a neural network. Every piece is connected, and this... She gestured at the organ-like structure. This is the core. As she spoke, Tessa's tablet began to emit a soft chime. She frowned, tapping the screen. What is it? I asked. These vibrations, she said. They're changing, getting more organized. Organized how? Malcolm asked, stepping closer. Like a pattern, she said, her voice tense. It's almost like... She trailed off, her eyes widening. Like what? I pressed. Like it's trying to communicate, she said finally. The word sent a chill down my spine. Communicate with who? Price asked, his grip tightening on his sidearm. Us, Eliza said. Before anyone could respond, the chamber was filled with a low, resonating hum. It wasn't loud, but it was deep, vibrating through the floor and into our bones. What the hell is that? Victor asked, his voice rising. The hum deepened, reverberating through the chamber and into our bones. It wasn't sound, it was something deeper, a sensation that wormed its way into the spaces between thought and instinct. The crystalline structure at the center of the room pulsed faintly, the light spreading through the branching filaments like a slow-moving current. The vibrations, Tessa said, staring at her tablet. They're synchronizing. Look at this. She turned the screen toward us, showing a series of rising waveforms. It's generating a pattern. A pattern of what? Price snapped, his hand tightening on his sidearm. I don't know, Tessa shouted, her voice on edge. This isn't like anything I've ever seen. It's... Tessa was furiously tapping at her tablet, the glow of the screen reflecting off her wide, pale face. The magnetic fields are spiking off the charts. This isn't residual. This is active. Turn it off, Price barked. How? She shot back, her voice rising. We don't even know what it is. The hum surged, cutting her off mid-sentence. The light from the crystalline casing grew brighter, refracting into an intricate lattice that danced across the chamber walls. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw shapes in the patterns, figures moving in impossible, twisting gestures. I blinked, and they were gone. Eliza, I shouted over the noise. What are we dealing with here? She didn't respond. She was crouched by one of the filaments, her face illuminated by the pulsating light. Her lips moved silently, as though she were whispering to herself. Eliza, I barked again, louder this time. She looked up, her eyes glassy. It's communicating, she said, her voice distant, reverent. It's showing us something. Showing us what? I demanded. Before she could answer, the hum shifted. It wasn't louder, but deeper, more resonant, vibrating through my chest. The light from the crystalline casing intensified, casting the chamber into stark, almost blinding brightness. I staggered, my head swimming as the room seemed to blur and twist around me. And then the visions began. At first it was just flashes, images that didn't belong in the darkness of the chamber. I saw towering landscapes of jagged peaks and glowing rivers, their colors muted and alien. The sky above them churned, black and red, and something else entirely. Then the images became more coherent. For a brief, horrifying moment, I was somewhere else. A vast alien landscape stretching endlessly beneath a sky fractured by jagged lines of light. Towering structures rose from the ground, their forms impossible, their surfaces rippling like living flesh. The figures were there too, moving among the structures, their bodies twisting in synchronized gestures that felt ritualistic, purposeful. Do you see it? Eliza's voice cut through the vision, sharp and urgent. I see it, I said, my voice trembling. It's not real, Malcolm muttered, though his tone lacked conviction. He was staring at the same vision, his lips moving soundlessly as if he were trying to decipher something. The figures in the vision shifted, their forms bending and twisting in ways that made my stomach churn, their limbs elongated unnaturally, their torsos folding inward and then expanding outward in a grotesque display of fluidity. They were communicating, not with words but with their bodies, their contortions conveying something I couldn't comprehend. What are they doing? Victor asked, his voice barely a whisper. Speaking, Eliza said. She took a step forward, her eyes locked on the glowing casing. I think I understand them. Understand what? Price demanded. What are you talking about? Eliza didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the figures in the vision, her expression one of awe and terror. "They're trying to show us something." The vision shifted again, the alien landscape dissolving into incomprehensible patterns, geometric shapes that folded and unfolded upon themselves, defying the laws of space and time. I felt a sharp pain behind my eyes, and I staggered, clutching my head. Malcolm let out a low groan, drawing our attention. He was hunched over, his hands gripping his temples. "Do you hear that?" he muttered, his voice strained. "Hear what?" I asked. The words," he said, his voice trembling. "It's like whispers, but not. I can't make sense of it." "Malcolm, you're not making sense," Price said, stepping toward him. "What words?" "They're not words," Malcolm snapped, his voice rising. "It's something else, something different." "Malcolm," I said, stepping toward him, "what are you—" And then my vision began to distort. The walls of the chamber rippled, the fossilized filaments seeming to pulse in time with the vibrations. Patterns appeared on the surfaces. Spirals, lattices, shapes that felt as though they were alive. "No," I muttered, squeezing my eyes shut. "It's not real. It's not real." When I opened them, the patterns were still there, shifting and flowing like liquid. "Adrian," Eliza said, her voice pulling me back. She was standing by the crystalline casing again, her hand hovering just above it. "This isn't just a machine, it's a memory, a record of what this place was." "And what was it?" Price asked, his tone edged with frustration. "A network," she said. "A system. Everything here, this city, it's all connected. It's all alive." "It's hibernating," Malcolm said suddenly, his voice clear and steady. "She's right, it's waiting to wake up." "We need to leave," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. "We've seen enough." Eliza didn't respond immediately. Her eyes were locked on the crystalline casing, her expression unreadable. "We can't leave," she said finally. "Enough of this," Price barked, stepping forward. His hand shot out, gripping Eliza's arm. "We are leaving. Now." Eliza didn't resist. She allowed him to pull her back, but her gaze remained fixed on the crystal. The faint glow emanating from its surface reflected in her wide, unblinking eyes. "You don't understand," she whispered. "This is the key to everything. We can't just—" "We can," Price cut her off sharply. "And we will. This isn't a discussion." No one argued with him. The hum that had filled the chamber was still resonating in my chest, making it hard to think clearly. My mind felt fractured, as though pieces of it had been pulled in different directions and left shattered. Price guided Eliza out of the chamber, practically dragging her away. She twisted her neck to look back at the structure, her face caught between awe and frustration. Victor, Tessa, Malcolm, and I trailed behind. It didn't take long for me to notice that Victor had begun limping. His hand was pressed against his knee. Every few steps I heard a faint, disconcerting crack. "You all right?" I asked. He nodded, though his face was tired and drawn. "My joints are just starting to feel loose, like they're not centered right." "What do you mean?" "I don't know," he admitted. "It doesn't hurt, though. I'm good for right now." I nodded as I flexed my fingers absently, the gloves on my hands feeling tighter than they should. Without thinking, I pulled one off as we walked. The cool air bit into my skin, but the sensation was fleeting. The cold air wasn't the reason I had stopped in my tracks, it was my hand. The skin was uneven, rippling faintly as if something just beneath the surface was shifting. My pores were larger than they should have been, their edges rounded like tiny yawning spirals. I turned my hand under my flashlight's beam. The skin moved unnaturally, almost imperceptibly. "What is it?" Victor asked, stopping beside me. "Nothing," I lied, quickly pulling the glove back on. "Just needed a moment." "Guys," Tessa interrupted, "something's not right. We've passed this corridor before." She was right. The path ahead was disturbingly familiar. The same ribbed walls and branching arches we'd already walked through. The patterns in the fossilized surfaces were identical down to the smallest detail. Price halted abruptly. "What the hell are you talking about?" "We're going in circles," Tessa said, her voice firm. She held up the tablet, its screen displaying a jumble of readings. "These match exactly with what I logged 20 minutes ago." "That's impossible," Malcolm groaned. "We've been following the same path. There's no way." "Enough!" Price barked, his frustration cutting through the rising tension. He slammed the butt of his flashlight against a wall, the sharp sound echoing down the passageway. "We'll double back. Find another route. Keep moving." But every turn led us deeper into the labyrinth. The corridors twisted in subtle, almost imperceptible ways, their layout warping into something that defied reason. A left turn looped back into the same hallway. A straight path led us to a staircase that hadn't existed moments before. "This isn't real," Malcolm muttered, his voice cracking. "It's a trick. A hallucination." "It's the city," Eliza said softly. There was a strange reverence in her voice. "It's shifting for us." Price's grip tightened on his flashlight. "Stop," he said through gritted teeth. "Just keep moving." The path ahead was indistinguishable from the one behind, but we pushed forward anyway, desperation driving us. That seemingly familiar path decided to take us somewhere different than usual. It took us to a doorway. It was massive, framed by fossilized ridges that spiraled inward like the iris of a towering, petrified eye. The edges shimmered faintly under our flashlights. "This wasn't here before," Victor said. "No," Eliza agreed. "It wasn't." "Do we go in?" Tessa asked. "We don't have a choice," Price said. The chamber stretched into the darkness, its dimensions impossible to measure in the dim light. High above, the ceiling arched like the vault of an ancient cathedral, supported by immense rib-like structures that curved inward. At the center of the chamber was the fossil. Its body was massive, easily twice the size of a normal man's, and its form was frozen in a grotesque contortion. The rib cage flared outward, angular and expansive, while the head was crowned with protrusions that appeared almost decorative. Yet there was nothing ornamental about it. The fossilized remains exuded purpose, every jagged line and sharp edge a testament to a design we couldn't even begin to understand. What made it worse was that the remains were encased in more of that translucent, faintly glowing crystalline substance. We approached cautiously, our movements slow and deliberate. "What the hell?" Victor murmured, his voice trailing off. Eliza broke away from Price's side, her movements deliberate but unsteady. She moved closer to the fossil, her flashlight beam dancing over its surface. "It's the same as the others," she whispered. "But more." "More what?" I asked. "More advanced," she said, crouching beside the crystalline casing. "More deliberate. Look at the structure of the bones, the density, the patterns. This wasn't just a being, it was—" She trailed off, searching for a word that seemed just out of reach. "Perfect," Tessa said softly. Eliza leaned in closer, her breath fogging the crystalline surface. The faint glow reflected in her eyes as if it were drawing her in. "This is what they really looked like," she said softly, her voice filled with an almost childlike wonder. "This is who built the city." Price's knuckles whitened around his weapon. "It doesn't matter. We need to leave," he said, his voice clipped. Eliza turned to face him, her eyes resolute. "We can't," she said simply. "Don't you get it? This is what the city was protecting. This is what it was leading us to." "It's leading us into a trap," Price replied coldly. His weapon shifted slightly in her direction, though his finger remained off the trigger. "Whatever this is, it's not meant for us." "No," Eliza said, shaking her head. "It's showing us exactly what we were meant to see. This is the key to everything, the origin, the purpose. This isn't just a fossil, it's a time capsule." "For what?" Victor asked, his voice mumbled. "For survival," Eliza said. Eliza's words hung in the air, filling the chamber. "For survival," she repeated, her voice filled with silent awe. Her hand hovered inches from the crystalline casing as if she expected it to respond, to acknowledge her. The rest of us stood motionless, frozen by a combination of fear, unease, and something else, a pull. The fossil felt alive, not in a biological sense, but in something even greater, its gravity. That much was undeniable. Price stepped forward, his boots crunching against the ground. His jaw tightened as he took in the scene before him. "That's nice, but we're done here," he said, his tone brooking no argument. "We're not touching that thing. We're not learning its secrets, and we're sure as hell not sticking around to find out what happens next." So Eliza stepped back. Eliza didn't move. Her eyes remained locked on the fossil, the faint glow illuminating her face in a way that made her features seem sharper, more angular. "You don't understand," she said softly. "We're connected to it, can't you feel it?" "Eliza," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Price is right, we need to go. Whatever this is, whatever it wants, it's not safe." "Safe?" she repeated, her lips curving into a faint, unsettling smile. This isn't about our safety, it's about our purpose. This is what we've been looking for. What we've been missing. It's us. Her words chilled me more than the fossil itself. There was no doubt in her voice, no hesitation. She wasn't speaking to convince us, she was stating a fact. Eliza, Price said, his voice sharp and commanding. Back away, now. But she didn't move. Instead, she raised her hand again, her fingertips brushing against the crystalline casing. The hum returned. It started faintly, barely audible, but it grew quickly, reverberating through the chamber like a low, resonant tide. The crystalline casing began to glow more brightly, the light spreading outward through the branching filaments that extended from its base. My hands felt clammy again, the skin under my gloves prickling with a sensation that was both familiar and foreign. What the hell is it doing? Victor asked. The fossil itself began to shift within the clear rock, slow, subtle movements that shouldn't have been possible. Jesus Christ, Victor whispered, stumbling back. The ribcage of the fossil expanded slightly as if inhaling, and the thorned protrusions on its skull pulsed faintly. The crystalline casing surrounding it cracked, hairline fractures spidering outward with a sound like splintering ice. Move! I shouted, but no one did. We couldn't. The broken crevices widened, and the fossilized figure inside began to writhe. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, as though it were struggling to free itself from the eons of petrification that had held it in place. Price raised his weapon, his hands shaking. I'll shoot. Don't, Eliza said, stepping between him and the fossil. You'll make it worse. How could it get worse? Malcolm snapped, his voice cracking. We're all ready. The casing shattered. The sound was deafening like a thunderclap, and shards of crystalline material exploded outward. We ducked, shielding ourselves as the fragments clattered to the floor. When I looked up, the fossil was standing. It was no longer made from stone. The being before us was flesh and blood. Its elongated limbs moved with a grotesque fluidity, the joints bending in ways that defied anatomy. The ribcage flared outward, the riveted, fluted edges stretching and retracting like the gills of some alien deep-sea creature. The hum in the room rose in pitch, becoming almost unbearably high, and I realized with a sickening lurch that the sound was coming from the figure itself. The awful, whistling hum was breathing. Eliza stepped forward. It's beautiful, she whispered. Stay back! Price roared, but she ignored him. The figure moved towards her, its movements flitting. It raised one of its elongated hands towards Eliza, its angular and pointed fingers extending outward like twisted branches. It's so much, she whispered, her voice layered with something deeper, something not her own. They're showing me. Showing you what? I demanded. Everything, she said, her lips twitching into a smile. What they were, what we are. Ward reached out with trembling hands, her fingers brushing the pocketed surface of the figure's outstretched appendage. The moment she made contact, her body convulsed violently, her back arching as if she'd been struck by lightning. Her hand twitched, and I saw it. Her skin was rippling, the pores on her arms widening into strange, spiral-like patterns that glistened faintly under the chamber's light. It wasn't just her hand. The transformation was spreading up her arm, the flesh beneath shifting and reshaping itself in ways that defiled everything we knew about our biology. Within seconds, she collapsed to the floor, motionless. The fossil shifted its attention again, this time with more purpose. Its head turned toward us, the protrusions on its crown shifting like antennae. The whistle of its breathing became a low, guttural sound, almost like a voice, but without words. It wasn't speaking. It was singing a deep, foreign melody that wormed its way into my thoughts, reshaping them in ways that belied my understanding. I felt a sharp pain in my hand and looked down. My skin was moving again, the pores widening, the surface rippling like liquid. I flexed my fingers and the movement sent a wave of nausea through me. I could hear the motion of my own body in ways I couldn't comprehend. What's happening to us? Victor muttered, staring at his own arm. His elbow twisted and bent in the wrong direction with an audible pop, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. It's changing us, Tessa said, her voice shaking. It's restoring us. To what? I demanded, though deep down I already knew the answer. I looked up just in time to witness Eliza's eyes flutter open, and for a moment they looked normal. But that moment quickly faded when they shifted over. Her pupils had dilated and contracted without due cause. It was as if they were trying to focus on something just beyond the edge of our existence. Beyond us. It was at that point she turned her head toward me. I watched as her pupils split open and revealed a second iris beginning to peek through. "We need to leave," Price said, his voice hard. "How?" Malcolm asked, his voice breaking. His arms were now visibly distorted, the flesh bulging unnaturally beneath his sleeves. Price raised his weapon, pointing it at the figure. "No!" Eliza shouted. She stood up and stumbled between Price and the living fossil, her movements unnatural, her body twisting as the transformation had reached deep inside her core. "You don't understand. It's not an enemy. It's us." Price didn't hesitate. He fired. The gunshot echoed through the chamber, deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet struck the fossil's ribcage, splintering the porous surface but doing little else. The figure turned toward Price as if his act of aggression had compelled something within it. The being raised its hand towards us, its elongated fingers twitching in a rhythmic, almost dance-like pattern. The hum in the chamber deepened. Shapes began to form in the air around us, intricate geometric patterns that flickered like static. I clutched my head as a sharp pain lanced through my skull. Images flooded my mind. Landscapes of impossible configurations, endless cities stretching into infinity, and figures, dozens of them, moving in synchronized, choreographed gestures. I stumbled, falling to my knees. The visions were relentless, each one more vivid and incomprehensible than the last. I could feel my body changing, the pores spreading all throughout my form, expanding further, my skin shifting like it no longer belonged to me, bubbling, growing. The being stepped closer and I saw its torso expand slightly, as if drawing in air. Its chest opened, not with a mechanical movement, but like a flower unfurling. Inside was something worse than flesh, a latticework of veins, tendons, and translucent organs, pulsing with a sickly yellow light. Its movements began making sense to me, forming words through its very gesticulations directly into my mind. I couldn't look away, I was transfixed on it. The light in its chest grew into my eyes until it consumed my vision. For a moment, there was nothing around me, just an endless expanse of white, stretching in all directions. And then the visions returned, stronger, clearer. I saw the city as it once was, alive and pulsating, its structures flowing and shifting as a united coalition of living organisms. I saw the beings who had built it, their bodies fluid and ever-changing, their movements synchronized in a dance that defied language itself. And then I saw their end. A living darkness, vast and consuming, spreading throughout the city like a plague. The beings fought it, their bodies twisting and contorting in ways that exuded their own fear. But it was futile. Their city was dying, and they had no choice but to preserve what they could. They cultivated their DNA and spread it across the world before encasing themselves in stone and crystal, waiting for a time when the darkness would pass. Neanderthals, Denisovans, Homo sapiens, we were their hope, we were their repository. When the visions faded, I was on my knees, gasping for breath. The chamber was silent again, the hum gone, as was the being, though Eliza was now standing where it had been, her back to us. "Eliza?" I called out, my voice barely my own. She turned, her movements fluid and surreal, as if her bones acted independently from her own muscle. Her face, if it could still be called that, was a culmination of her former self and something utterly foreign. The patterns on her skin spiraled outward, riveted and fractal like countless open pulsating sores. Her eyes, now innumerable, were scattered throughout the entirety of her face, each one focused on me. "Eliza?" I said, my voice broken. Her lips twisted into a final smile that didn't reach her misshapen features. "It's fantastic, isn't it? This is what we were meant for. This is what we are," she rasped, her voice layered with infinitely frayed vocal strums. "We're not anything like that," Victor shouted, his voice cracking. He was hunched over, one arm cradled against his chest. His elbow had fully bent backward, the joint bulging terribly beneath his skin. Eliza's smile expanded across her jawline, her teeth now sharp and uneven, shifting and reforming, as though they were being remade from the inside out. "You will be." The chamber convulsed violently as a new resonating noise erupted from the walls. I fell to my knees as the floor beneath us buckled. Cracks raced through the fossilized surface, and a foul organic stench wafted up from the fissures, thick and choking. I gagged, the air clinging to my throat like oil. Pulsating biological material shimmered under each of the cracks as the city itself began breathing. "We need to leave, now," Price yelled, dragging Tessa to her feet. Victor screamed, and I turned to see his body contorting abhorrently. His spine arched, the vertebrae jutting out sharply against his shirt as if they were trying to escape his skin. His fingers elongated, the nails splitting and curling backward as new jagged growths pushed through. "Oh God," he gasped, his voice wet and choking. He clawed at his throat and I saw his neck ripple, the muscles shifting and bulging as though something inside was trying to tear its way out. "Victor!" Tessa cried, reaching for him. "Leave him!" Price snapped, yanking her back. Victor's body convulsed one final time before collapsing into a twitching heap. His breathing was shallow, his chest rising and falling unevenly. The honeycombed patterns we'd seen on Eliza were spreading across his skin, the flesh rippling and bubbling. "We can't leave him," Tessa shouted, tears streaming down her face. "He's already gone," Price said, his voice harsh. The chamber groaned again, the walls shuddering violently as pieces of the fossilized structure began to break away. Large fragments crashed to the ground, sending up plumes of dust and debris. The city's breath had become a roar. "We're leaving," Price shouted, grabbing me and Tessa by the arm. Malcolm stumbled behind him as we fled toward the nearest corridor, the sounds of the collapsing chamber echoing behind us. The corridor twisted and shifted as we ran, the layout of the city warping around us. The walls began to pulse, the permeable surface rippling with living tissue. Faint, alien patterns flickered in the edges of my vision, twisting, contorted designs that moved in abnormal, aberrant motions. "Adrian Price!" Tessa screamed. I turned to see Malcolm collapse to the ground, his body writhing as his arms and legs twisted at sharp angles, his jaw unhinged, the bones cracking audibly as his teeth stretched into uneven points. His eyes rolled back into his head and a guttural, choking sound escaped his throat. Price growled and wordlessly dragged Tessa forward. We bursted into another chamber, this one smaller. "There!" Price pointed to an opening at the far end of the room. We stumbled through, my legs burned with every step, my lungs straining for air that tasted like copper and reeked of iron. Behind me, Tessa was heaving. Her body had started to falter. Her legs were giving out beneath her. I turned back instinctively, grabbing her under the arms to haul her up. My hands tingled where they touched her, the skin on my palm stretching like wet paper. The pores had widened further into chaotic patterns that pulsed faintly, like endless tiny mouths gasping for air. "Don't stop," I said, my voice trembling as I pulled her forward. "We're almost there." She didn't respond. Her wide eyes were fixed on some distant point I couldn't see. I looked down and saw that her fingertips had split open, each one tipped with delicate, translucent filaments that fluttered in the stale air like the fronds of an anemone. I forced myself to look away. It wasn't long after that we saw our salvation. The floodlights near the elevator shaft illuminated our path, a faint promise of survival etched into the dim light of the corridor's end. We followed that guiding light directly into the elevator room. The cage sat in the center, its grated doors hanging open like a toothless maw. "Get in!" Price shouted, his flashlight beam dancing wildly across the room as he ran forward. The three of us stumbled into the elevator, Price slamming the gate shut behind us. He grabbed the lever and yanked it down hard. For a moment, nothing happened, and I felt my stomach twist. Then, with a lurch that nearly knocked us off our feet, the cage began to ascend. The roar of the city below us deepened, resonating through the metal frame of our frail haven. I clung to the railing, my new hands leaving faint smudges of something viscous on the metal. "We're going too slow," Tessa whispered. Price didn't respond. His jaw was clenched, his knuckles white as he gripped the lever. The elevator groaned under the strain, the cables above us creaking ominously. A deafening cacophony of noise erupted from below, and I turned to see the shaft collapsing under us, the walls folding inward like the crushing fist of some ancient, unseen colossus. The city was consuming itself for a purpose unknown, altering what it had been and closing the chapter we had so foolishly reopened. A wave of dust and debris climbed up the shaft with terrifying speed as the crevice under us fluctuated. "Hold on," Price shouted. The elevator jolted violently as the cables strained, the motor above us whining in protest. Dust and fragments of rock rained down, and I shielded my head. The elevator surged upward, faster now, as though the city itself were hurling us away, rejecting us like a foreign body. Then, with a final shuddering jolt, we broke free. The elevator ground to a halt at the surface with a shriek of tortured metal, jolting violently before the cage doors groaned open. We stumbled out. Above us, the night sky stretched vast and indifferent, the stars glittering like distant, unfeeling eyes. The military outpost stood a short distance away, its harsh floodlights cutting through the darkness like spears of piercing light. I remember collapsing onto the dew-covered ground. My hands sank into the dirt, and for a moment, I was struck by the cold dampness that seared into my palms. The pores seemed to drink in the dampness. It wasn't like touching soil anymore. It was like my body was trying to fuse with it. "Get up," Price rasped. He reached for Tessa, pulling her to her feet. Her filamented fingers twitched uncontrollably, each movement sharp and spastic. I forced myself upright, my legs trembling with every step as we began the agonizing trek toward the outpost. In the harsh glare of the floodlights ahead, I saw shadows moving, figures emerging from the main building. They moved with precision, their weapons raised and aimed squarely at us. "Don't come any closer," one of them shouted, his voice edged. The beam of a flashlight cut across us, and I saw the horror reflected in their eyes. They weren't just afraid of us, they were recoiling. Price began, but he stopped mid-sentence, clutching his stomach with a low groan. He fell to his knees, his head bowing as his shoulders convulsed. His fingers clawed at his chest. "Price!" I shouted, rushing to his side, but he raised a trembling hand to stop me. "Stay back," he choked out, his voice thick with pain. I hesitated, helpless as his body began to convulse. The permeable patterns on his skin darkened, spreading rapidly across his chest and limbs like a malignant tide. His ribs shifted beneath his skin, pressing outward in malformed, misshapen shapes. His spine arched sharply, and I heard the sickening crack of bone as his arms elongated. His eyes, once clear and defiant, blackened into dozens of pupil-like specks, the increasing number of dark voids swallowing the light around them. Tessa let out a strangled cry behind me that tore my attention from Price. I turned just in time to see her clutching her face. The filaments at her fingertips were growing longer, thrashing and curling like tiny sentient vines. Her hands clawed at the air as if trying to tear the transformation away, but the act was futile. She collapsed, writhing on the ground, her body convulsing as the transformation overtook her completely. Her legs twisted, the bones audibly snapping and reforming, her torso elongating as honeycomb-like patterns etched themselves across her exposed skin. She wasn't crying anymore. She wasn't screaming. She was changing. And so was I. I wanted to scream. My mind begged for it, clawing desperately at the edges of my sanity, but no sound came. My throat refused to obey, my body frozen in place. It wasn't fear that held me still. It was something worse. My legs refused to move, no longer mine to command. The betrayal wasn't just psychological, it was physical. My own flesh had turned against me. My hands, my arms. The sight was incomprehensible. The pores on my skin had widened, spiraling outward in faint geometric patterns. My fingers trembled, their proportions subtly wrong, elongating in ways that made my joints ache. And my own face felt foreign, tight, stretched, as though it no longer fit the contours of the bones beneath. I tried to steady my breathing, but it hitched and faltered, the air clawing its way down my throat as if it had lost the pathway to my lungs. Around me, chaos had erupted. The soldiers barked orders, their voices sharp and panicked, slicing through the night air. I felt hands on me, rough, calloused, and firm. They grabbed at my arms and shoulders, dragging me forward with force. I didn't resist. I couldn't. "Move! Get him inside!" one of the soldiers yelled. He sounded afraid. I stumbled, barely registering the uneven ground beneath my feet as my vision swam. Behind me, the roar of collapsing earth grew louder. I turned my head just enough to see past my armed escorts. The earth had begun convulsing like a living thing, the ground buckling and folding inward in waves. Chunks of rock and steel disappeared into a rapidly growing maw being swallowed whole. I write this from an undisclosed government facility, far removed from the Appalachian wilderness where it all began. The Homo Eternum, as I've come to call them, aren't just a myth. They are real, our forebears, the architects of a world not fully our own. Though they weren't merely our ancestors, they were something greater, something beyond us in every way that matters. And now, through us, I believe they are returning. The changes in my body are undeniable proof, as are the changes in Tessa and Price and every soldier and soul who touched us. The spiraling patterns on my skin are no longer inert blemishes. They move, pulse, and shift, alive in ways flesh and bone should never be. My senses have sharpened, my thoughts have become clearer, but they are no longer wholly my own. Their whispers, faint and insistent, thread through the fabric of my consciousness. The fragments of their being, Scattered echoes seeded into us across the millennia are awakening. The Homo Eternum are reclaiming their genetics, their mastery of the organic, their profound intelligence, their terrible elegance. It was never lost. It has always been sleeping, buried beneath the layers of who we thought we were, waiting for the right moment to rise again. And yet, that is not what we should fear. The beings who built that city, who wielded dominion over flesh, time, and space, who could twist the very fabric of existence to their will, these beings, as vast and incomprehensible as they were afraid. The city wasn't simply a monument or a relic. It was a tomb, a refuge, a desperate shelter. They were not undone by arrogance or by the natural decay of their civilization. They were running. Something found them. Something greater than even their unimaginable power. In the visions the city forced into my mind, I saw flickering glimpses of it, an entity so vast, so alien, that even the Homo Eternum's brilliance was no match for it. Their cities fell, their brilliance shattered like glass. The Homo Eternum scattered, casting fragments of themselves, of their knowledge, of their hope, outward like seeds, hoping that some part of them might endure. That hope is in us. But this transformation isn't a gift, it's a summons. They are taking back what was always theirs, and in doing so they are preparing. Preparing for what, I don't know. Perhaps to rebuild, perhaps to confront the thing that shattered them. I should feel awe at being chosen as a vessel, as a part of their resurrection. And yet, all I feel is dread. Their fear lingers in the corners of my restored mind like an unhealed wound. It festers, raw and omnipresent, whispering truths I don't want to hear. Whatever chased them through the endless corridors of time, whatever consumed their great civilization, is still out there, waiting, watching. The Homo Eternum won't save us. They couldn't save themselves. Hey, I need to share what happened to me last night. I can't stop thinking about it and I don't know what to do. So, I've been on a solo road trip for the past week, just trying to clear my head after a messy breakup. Yesterday, I'd been driving for hours and it started pouring rain, like the kind where you can't see anything in front of you. So I pulled off the highway and found this cheap motel. You know the type. Flickering neon sign, paint peeling off the walls, total dive. I went to the front desk and told this guy I wanted a room. He gave me a key, I thanked him, and left. The room was exactly what you'd expect. Musty carpet, gross old bedspread, a lamp that barely worked. But there was one thing that stood out. On the nightstand there was this notebook. It looked kind of fancy, like leather-bound and old. Way too nice for a place like that. I wouldn't have thought much of it, but when I picked it up, the first page had something written on it. This is your story now. I don't know why, but it creeped me out. I figured it was some kind of weird joke from a previous guest. I put it back on the nightstand and went to bed. Okay, this is where it gets really weird. This morning when I woke up, the notebook wasn't on the nightstand anymore. It was on the bed, right next to me, and it wasn't blank anymore. There were pages and pages of writing, and I swear it was describing everything I did yesterday. Pulling off the highway because of the rain, checking in at the front desk, meeting the guy there. His name tag said Ron. I didn't even know his name myself. And even the exact moment I opened the notebook. Then there was a new line at the bottom of the last page. It said I'd wake up this morning and read what it wrote. And that's exactly what's happening. But the best part is the last thing it said. Don't leave the motel. So yeah, I'm freaking out a little bit. I packed up my stuff and decided to leave right away. I threw the notebook in my bag and went out to my car. But when I tried to start it, nothing happened. Not even a click. I went back to the front desk to ask for help, and Ron just shrugged. He said something like, "Your car was working fine yesterday, wasn't it?" Then he said it wasn't his problem. I tried calling a tow truck, but I don't have any service out here. I ended up going back to my room to figure out what to do, and guess what? The notebook was back on the nightstand. Not in my bag, on the nightstand. It was open to a new page. It said, "You can't leave." Last night I couldn't sleep. I started hearing noises outside my door like footsteps. At first I thought it was just another guest, but then it sounded like they were pacing back and forth. I looked out the window, but the parking lot was empty. Then I heard knocking. It wasn't loud, just this slow, deliberate knock. I froze. I didn't know what to do, so I asked, "Who's there?" No one answered. I went back to the notebook and there was a new sentence. It said, "Don't open the door." So I didn't. I have no idea what's going on. I don't even know if I should keep reading this thing. Part of me wants to throw it out, but another part of me feels like I need to see what it says next. I'm hoping someone else has experienced something like this. Or maybe you can tell me I'm just overthinking it. When my father died, he left me his box. A part of me wishes he hadn't, but the truth is I knew one day it would be mine. He always said it would be, like some terrible inheritance, like a burden he'd pass down, one way or another. Even in death, he was right. Dad wasn't the kind of man you write fond eulogies about. He wasn't the kind you remembered with fond nostalgia or a soft chuckle at family gatherings. He was the kind you whispered about behind closed doors and prayed with everything you had that he'd change before it was too late. He had a way of looming over everything, controlling everything, our house, our lives, my childhood. And when he wasn't looming or controlling, he was watching. Everything, always. "It's your inheritance," he'd say, fingers brushing the dark wooden box like it was alive. "Someday you'll understand why." But I never understood. Not as a kid, not as an adult. Not until the box was handed to me, cold and heavy at the funeral home. "Leave it," my husband Rob said when I brought it into the house. His voice was soft, like he was worried it would break something if he spoke too loudly. "I can't," I said. "I wish I could, but it's mine." It sat on the dining room table for days. Ellie, our 6-year-old, asked about it constantly, her curious eyes shining like it was some kind of treasure chest. "Is it a treasure?" she asked, tilting her head. "No," I said too quickly, a little too sharply. "It's just something Grandpa wanted me to have." Ellie didn't push, but I could feel her gaze lingering on the box. It wasn't the way she stared at it, curious, innocent, but something in the way her eyes lingered, like she could hear its whispers too. I didn't tell her, but I could feel it. The way the box seemed to look back at her, as if it knew she was there. We never talked about it directly, but when the sun dipped low and the house settled into its usual suffocating silence, I could hear it again. The soft, almost imperceptible murmurs coming from the box, tugging at the edges of my mind. Like an itch under your skin you just can't scratch. I hadn't touched it in months at this point. I hadn't dared. But every night the whispers got louder, until it was all I could hear. My nerves frayed like the edges of old fabric, snapping with tension. Ellie hadn't noticed, or maybe she didn't care to, but it was all I could think about. The shadows grew longer, darker, and the box seemed to pull them in with it. I started waking up to the smell of old wood, like something decaying, and I could swear the air around it grew colder every night. One night, the whispers grew sharp, like 1,000 needles pressing against my skull. I didn't want to open it, but I couldn't help myself. I had to know. I had to know what he left me, what he left behind. I gave in. I opened it. Inside was nothing. Not empty exactly. The dark interior seemed deeper than it should have been, like it stretched into some bottomless void. Staring into it made my stomach twist, but what made my breath catch in my throat was the smell. Faint but unmistakable. Pall Mall cigarettes, sweat, single malt whiskey, my father. I slammed the lid shut, but the box didn't stay quiet, and then a few days later I saw him. Ellie woke me in the middle of the night, crying about a man in her room. "What man?" I asked, flipping on the light, my heart racing in my chest. "The pale-faced one," she whispered, her voice barely audible as she pointed to the corner. There was no one there, but as I bent down to comfort her, I caught the most subtle movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure, thin and colorless, disappearing into the hallway. Then came the faint smell of cigarettes, whiskey, and sweat. I couldn't say it out loud, but I knew. I knew who she had seen. Rob said it was just a nightmare, but Ellie wasn't the only one seeing him. The pale-faced man appeared in the hallway at the foot of my bed, reflected in the mirror when I turned away. He wasn't just there. He lingered, his hollow eyes meeting mine, his presence prickling at something deep inside me. Something I thought I had buried long ago. I could feel it then, the shadow of something I couldn't outrun, something I thought I had put to rest, my father's sickness. One night when Rob was working late and Ellie was asleep, I opened the box again. I don't know what I expected, maybe to find a way to make it stop. I wanted to inspect it, see if there was something I had missed. But instead, there was something inside this time. A photo. It was of me, maybe 8 or 9 years old. My father's hand rested on my shoulder, but it didn't look like his hand. It was pale, thin, and bony, curling around me like it belonged to something that didn't belong in this world. I turned the photo over. Written on the back in his shaky handwriting were the words, "He is always watching. You cannot escape him." The box didn't just hold memories. It held a piece of my father's sickness, the weight of all the things I couldn't explain as a child but now felt with perfect clarity. The pale-faced man wasn't a stranger. He was the shadow of something my father had let in. Or maybe something he was. Ellie began waking up more often, crying about the man in her room. "He's angry," she said one night, her little voice trembling. "He says I have to go with him to a secret place, that it won't hurt." "No," I whispered, holding her tight, as the weight of the words crushed my chest. "He's lying." But I knew the truth. The box didn't just pass down, it infected. My father's sickness had been handed to me, and now it was trying to take my daughter. That night I carried the box to the backyard. The air was cold, and the pale-faced man was waiting, standing just beyond the tree line. His hollow eyes met mine, his mouth twitching like he was trying to smile. "You can't destroy it," he said, his voice like dry leaves scraping against the pavement. I didn't answer. Instead, I opened the box one last time. Inside, I saw every moment I'd ever buried. The times I'd convinced myself were misunderstandings or dreams. His hand on my shoulder, thigh, the silence I was told to keep. I stared at the pale-faced man, and for the first time, I didn't look away. "You're not him," I said, my voice breaking. "You're just what he made." His expression didn't change, but something shifted. The air grew colder, the world around me quiet and suffocating. "You can't destroy it," he repeated, each word more menacing than the last. "Watch me," I said, my voice hoarse. I dropped the box into the fire pit, dousing it with gasoline. The pale-faced man stepped closer, his hollow eyes wide, but I didn't care. I struck the match, and as the flames took hold of the box, I heard him speak one last time. "You can't burn it away." I looked up. He was gone. Ellie doesn't wake up crying anymore. The house feels lighter, warmer. But sometimes late at night, I still smell the faint scent of cigarettes and whiskey mixed with sweat. It's fleeting, but enough to remind me. I know the box is gone, but I also know that its shadow will linger forever. My father's secrets didn't die with him, and his sickness isn't something you can just burn away completely. But I'll be damned if I ever let it touch her. When my father died, he left me his box. A part of me wishes he hadn't, but the truth is, I knew one day it would be mine. He always said it would be. Like some terrible inheritance, like a burden he'd pass down one way or another. Even in death, he was right. Dad wasn't the kind of man you write fond eulogies about. He wasn't the kind you remembered with fond nostalgia or a soft chuckle at family gatherings. He was the kind you whispered about behind closed doors and prayed with everything you had, that he'd change before it was too late. He had a way of looming over everything, controlling everything, our house, our lives, my childhood. And when he wasn't looming or controlling, he was watching. Everything. Always. "It's your inheritance," he'd say, fingers brushing the dark wooden box like it was alive. "Someday you'll understand why." But I never understood. Not as a kid, not as an adult. Not until the box was handed to me, cold and heavy, at the funeral home. "Leave it," my husband Rob said when I brought it into the house. His voice was soft, like he was worried it would break something if he spoke too loudly. "I can't," I said. "I wish I could, but it's mine." It sat on the dining room table for days. Ellie, our 6-year-old, asked about it constantly, her curious eyes shining like it was some kind of treasure chest. "Is it a treasure?" she asked, tilting her head. "No," I said too quickly, a little too sharply. "It's just something Grandpa wanted me to have." Ellie didn't push, but I could feel her gaze lingering on the box. It wasn't the way she stared at it, curious, innocent, but something in the way her eyes lingered, like she could hear its whispers too. I didn't tell her, but I could feel it. The way the box seemed to look back at her, as if it knew she was there. We never talked about it directly, but when the sun dipped low and the house settled into its usual suffocating silence, I could hear it again, the soft, almost imperceptible murmurs coming from the box, tugging at the edges of my mind. Like an itch under your skin you just can't scratch. I hadn't touched it in months at this point. I hadn't dared. But every night the whispers got louder until it was all I could hear. My nerves frayed like the edges of old fabric, snapping with tension. Ellie hadn't noticed, or maybe she didn't care to, but it was all I could think about. The shadows grew longer, darker, and the box seemed to pull them in with it. I started waking up to the smell of old wood, like something decaying, and I could swear the air around it grew colder every night. One night, the whispers grew sharp, like 1,000 needles pressing against my skull. I didn't want to open it, but I couldn't help myself. I had to know. I had to know what he left me, what he left behind. I gave in. I opened it. Inside was nothing. Not empty, exactly. The dark interior seemed deeper than it should have been, like it stretched into some bottomless void. Staring into it made my stomach twist, but what made my breath catch in my throat was the smell. Faint but unmistakable. Pall Mall cigarettes, sweat, single malt whiskey, my father. I slammed the lid shut, but the box didn't stay quiet. And then a few days later, I saw him. Ellie woke me in the middle of the night crying about a man in her room. What man? I asked, flipping on the light, my heart racing in my chest. The pale-faced one, she whispered, her voice barely audible as she pointed to the corner. There was no one there, but as I bent down to comfort her, I caught the most subtle movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure, thin and colorless, disappearing into the hallway. Then came the faint smell of cigarettes, whiskey, and sweat. I couldn't say it out loud, but I knew. I knew who she had seen. Rob said it was just a nightmare, but Ellie wasn't the only one seeing him. The pale-faced man appeared in the hallway at the foot of my bed, reflected in the mirror when I turned away. He wasn't just there. He lingered, his hollow eyes meeting mine, his presence prickling at something deep inside me. Something I thought I had buried long ago. I could feel it then, the shadow of something I couldn't outrun, something I thought I had put to rest. My father's sickness. One night, when Rob was working late and Ellie was asleep, I opened the box again. I don't know what I expected, maybe to find a way to make it stop. I wanted to inspect it, see if there was something I had missed. But instead, there was something inside this time. A photo. It was of me, maybe 8 or 9 years old. My father's hand rested on my shoulder, but it didn't look like his hand. It was pale, thin, and bony, curling around me like it belonged to something that didn't belong in this world. I turned the photo over. Written on the back in his shaky handwriting were the words, "He is always watching. You cannot escape him." The box didn't just hold memories. It held a piece of my father's sickness, the weight of all the things I couldn't explain as a child but now felt with perfect clarity. The pale-faced man wasn't a stranger. He was the shadow of something my father had let in, or maybe something he was. Ellie began waking up more often, crying about the man in her room. "He's angry," she said one night, her little voice trembling. "He says I have to go with him to a secret place, that it won't hurt." "No," I whispered, holding her tight, as the weight of the words crushed my chest. "He's lying." But I knew the truth. The box didn't just pass down. It infected. My father's sickness had been handed to me, and now it was trying to take my daughter. That night I carried the box to the backyard. The air was cold, and the pale-faced man was waiting, standing just beyond the tree line. His hollow eyes met mine, his mouth twitching like he was trying to smile. "You can't destroy it," he said, his voice like dry leaves scraping against the pavement. I didn't answer. Instead, I opened the box one last time. Inside, I saw every moment I'd ever buried. The times I'd convinced myself were misunderstandings or dreams. His hand on my shoulder, thigh. The silence I was told to keep. I stared at the pale-faced man, and for the first time I didn't look away. "You're not him," I said, my voice breaking. "You're just what he made." His expression didn't change, but something shifted. The air grew colder, the world around me quiet and suffocating. "You can't destroy it," he repeated, each word more menacing than the last. "Watch me," I said, my voice hoarse. I dropped the box into the fire pit, dousing it with gasoline. The pale-faced man stepped closer, his hollow eyes wide, but I didn't care. I struck the match, and as the flames took hold of the box, I heard him speak one last time. "You can't burn it away." I looked up. He was gone. Ellie doesn't wake up crying anymore. The house feels lighter, warmer. But sometimes late at night I still smell the faint scent of cigarettes and whiskey mixed with sweat. It's fleeting, but enough to remind me. I know the box is gone, but I also know that its shadow will linger forever. My father's secrets didn't die with him, and his sickness isn't something you can just burn away completely. But I'll be damned if I ever let it touch her. When my sister Lisa died 2 years ago, our family changed forever. We weren't perfect before, who is? But Lisa's death fractured us. My dad barely speaks anymore. My mom busies herself with every charity event she can find, and I've been stuck, angry, looking for someone to blame. Lisa was the glue that held us together. She was warm, outgoing, always laughing, the kind of person people gravitate to. She loved hiking, photography, and the outdoors. Her death, officially ruled an accident, was almost poetic. She slipped while hiking and fell into a ravine. At least that's what the police report said. But if that's true, why does it feel like her ghost never left? Lisa's ex-boyfriend Matt was never part of our family. He and Lisa dated for about a year before she broke it off. She said he was controlling, obsessive, constantly texting, showing up unannounced, making passive-aggressive comments when she spent time with her friends. I remember her joking about it once, calling him my stage 5 clinger. But it wasn't funny. Not really. After the breakup, Matt didn't take it well. He kept texting her, leaving voicemails, even sending her flowers at work. She brushed it off, said he'd get bored eventually. I thought she was right. Until the funeral. Matt didn't come to the service, thank God. But a week later, he showed up on our doorstep. It was a rainy Thursday. My mom opened the door, and there he was, holding a bouquet of lilies, Lisa's favorite. "I just wanted to pay my respects," he said. His voice was soft, his head tilted like he was trying to look vulnerable. My mom, who has never been good at saying no, let him in. Matt sat on our couch talking about Lisa as if he knew her better than we did. He described her laugh, her smile, the way she always ordered pancakes with extra syrup. My dad stayed silent, his jaw tight. When Matt finally left, I asked my mom why she let him in. "He's grieving too," she said. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Matt wasn't grieving. He was lurking. Over the next few months, Matt kept appearing. He showed up at family barbecues, holiday dinners, even my dad's birthday party. Always uninvited, always with some excuse. "Your mom said it was okay," he'd claim. Or, "I thought Lisa would have wanted me here." My parents, blinded by their own grief, let it slide. "He's harmless," my mom said. "He just misses her." But it wasn't harmless. Not when he started asking questions. Last Christmas, Matt cornered me in the kitchen. "She was different with me, you know," he said, leaning against the counter. I stiffened. "What's that supposed to mean?" He smiled, that thin, unsettling smile I'd seen so many times. "She told me things she wouldn't tell anyone else." "Like what?" His smile widened. "Like how she wasn't scared to die." That night I went through Lisa's journals. She was the type to write everything down. Her thoughts, her plans, even little grocery lists. Most of it was normal Lisa stuff, song lyrics, doodles, random observations. But then I found the entry. "I think Matt's been following me. He won't stop texting. Keeps saying he knows something I don't. I'm starting to feel like I can't shake him." I showed it to my mom, expecting her to finally see reason. But she waved it off. "Lisa was dramatic sometimes," she said. "I'm sure it's nothing." A few days later, I saw Matt's car parked down the street. It wasn't the first time. I'd noticed it before, idling near the corner, but I convinced myself it was a coincidence. This time, though, I knew. He wasn't watching our family. He was watching me. Last week was my dad's birthday. Matt showed up, holding a gift he claimed Lisa would have bought. A coffee table book about hiking trails. I couldn't take it anymore. I confronted him outside, away from my parents. "What the hell are you doing here?" I snapped. His smile didn't falter. "Paying my respects," he said. "Lisa broke up with you. She wanted nothing to do with you. Why can't you let her go?" His eyes darkened. "She told you that?" "Yes." He took a step closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. She told me a lot of things, too. Things she didn't tell anyone else. Then he said something I'll never forget. I was there, you know. On the trail. I felt like the air had been sucked out of my lungs. What? He smiled again, a cold, empty thing. She didn't fall. She looked me in the eyes and asked me to let her go. My stomach churned. You're lying. He tilted his head, studying me. Am I? Ask yourself this. If she slipped, why didn't she scream? I called the police that night. I told them everything. The stalking, the journal, his confession. When they went to his apartment the next morning, it was empty. No furniture, no clothes, no sign he'd ever lived there. It's been a week now. I haven't told my parents what he said. I don't know if they'd believe me. Every night I double-check the locks. Every night I sit in my bed, clutching my phone, too scared to sleep. Last night I finally decided to look through Lisa's journals again. I don't know why. Maybe I thought I missed something. Maybe I was looking for answers. But this time there was something new. The last page, which had been blank before, now had a single sentence scrawled across it in jagged black ink. He's not watching, he's inside. The scream tore through the forest, raw and jagged, cutting through the suffocating stillness like a knife. It wasn't just fear, it was something primal, desperate, the kind of sound that left a mark on your soul. "Sarah!" Josh yelled, his voice cracking as he ran toward the sound. The rest of us stood frozen, the trees pressing in around us like a living wall. I wanted to call out, to tell him to stop, but my throat felt locked, the words trapped behind a rising tide of panic. My eyes darted toward Nate, hoping for some kind of plan, but he was pale and trembling, his hand clutching the knife he'd pulled from his pack. Then we heard it again. "Help me!" The voice was faint, fractured, but unmistakably Sarah's. It came from somewhere deep in the forest where the shadows swallowed everything. But something was wrong. "That's not her," Nate whispered, his voice barely audible. Josh didn't stop. He disappeared into the dark, the underbrush snapping and crunching in his wake. I took a step forward, every instinct screaming at me to stay put. "Josh, wait!" The forest didn't answer, but something else did. A low, guttural growl rumbled through the trees, followed by a wet, tearing sound that made my stomach turn. And then silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that wrapped around us like a shroud. 3 hours earlier, we hadn't even known the side trail existed. We were laughing, carefree, our biggest concern being whether we'd brought enough water for the loop. The forest felt alive in the way that forests do. Birds chirping, leaves rustling, sunlight filtering through the canopy in golden streams. Josh spotted the trail first. It wasn't really a trail, more like a faint gap between the trees. The undergrowth trampled just enough to suggest that someone or something had passed through recently. "Shortcut," he said, grinning as he gestured toward it. "This'll get us back to the car faster." I hesitated, staring into the shadowy thicket. Something about it felt wrong, though I couldn't explain why. The others didn't share my unease. "Come on," Sarah said, brushing past me with her phone in hand, already snapping pictures of the moss-covered trees. "What's the worst that could happen?" Looking back, I wish I'd stopped them. I wish I'd turned around and taken the main trail back to safety. But instead I followed, my gut twisting as we stepped into the unknown. It didn't take long for the forest to change. "It'll shave an hour off the loop," Josh said, peering into the shadowy thicket. "Trust me. We're not supposed to leave the main trail," I countered, though my voice lacked conviction. Something about the path felt wrong. It wasn't overgrown exactly, but it didn't look like anyone had used it in a while either. By the time I decided to protest, the others were already moving. Even quiet Nate, who usually sided with me, gave me a shrug and trudged after them. I hesitated, standing there alone, staring into the trees. There was an odd stillness to them, a silence that felt too thick for a forest in late afternoon. But the others were laughing, calling for me, and I didn't want to be the killjoy. The first 20 minutes were uneventful, if slightly eerie. The trees grew denser as we walked, the air cooler. Josh kept trying to convince us we were making good time, though my watch disagreed. "See? Piece of cake," he said, pointing to a clearing up ahead. "We're probably almost—" He stopped mid-sentence. I followed his gaze, frowning. The clearing wasn't a clearing at all. It was a strange depression in the ground. as if something heavy had lain there recently. The grass was flattened in concentric rings, with jagged claw-like tears in the earth. Bear, maybe? Nate suggested, but his voice was too light, like he didn't believe it. Josh laughed nervously. Yeah, probably just a bear. We skirted the edge of the depression, none of us willing to step closer. A few minutes later, the forest began to feel wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. The trees all looked the same, their trunks oddly uniform, and the trail, if you could still call it that, seemed to shift subtly underfoot. And then the smell hit us. It was faint at first, a metallic tang that made my stomach churn. Sarah gagged. Ugh, what is that? The smell grew stronger as we pressed on, even though the others pretended not to notice. I could feel it clawing at the back of my throat, thick and coppery, like rust and rotting meat. That's when I heard it, a sharp crack, like a branch snapping somewhere to our left. Did you hear that? I whispered. My voice sounded too loud in the stillness. Josh shook his head. It's probably just an animal. But Sarah grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. No, that didn't sound right, she hissed. Her face was pale, her eyes wide. We froze, listening. The silence was oppressive now, pressing in on all sides. Then came another sound, closer this time. A low, guttural noise that sent shivers racing down my spine. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't anything I could recognize. Let's keep moving, Nate said, his voice trembling. We picked up the pace, but the sounds didn't stop. Branches rustled, twigs snapped. Whatever was out there, it was following us. I glanced over my shoulder, my heart hammering. For a split second, I thought I saw movement. Something tall and thin weaving between the trees. But when I blinked, it was gone. Josh, I said, my voice cracking. Are we even going the right way? I think so, he muttered, but the confidence was gone. We stumbled into another clearing, this one worse than the first. The ground was littered with bones. Animal, I told myself, though some looked worryingly large. In the center of the clearing was something else, a tattered piece of fabric stained dark and half buried in the dirt. Sarah screamed. Before I could stop her, she bolted back into the trees. Wait, I shouted, but she was already gone. The three of us stood there paralyzed until we heard her scream again, this time farther away, muffled and abruptly cut off. And then, we heard it. A voice. It came from the trees, soft and plaintive. Help. Please. I'm hurt. It sounded like Sarah, but it wasn't. Josh didn't wait. He took off after the voice, crashing through the underbrush like a wild animal. Josh, stop, I yelled, but he didn't even glance back. Nate and I hesitated for a moment, staring at each other with wide eyes before the silence swallowed us whole again. We couldn't just leave him, or Sarah. My legs moved before my brain caught up, dragging me forward into the dense, suffocating forest. Nate followed close behind, his breath coming in shallow gasps. That didn't sound right, he whispered as we ran, his words tumbling out like they were choking him. That wasn't her. I didn't want to admit he might be right. The voice came again, weaker now, quivering. Please, help me. It sounded exactly like Sarah, but there was something off about it, like a recording played on a warped tape. The pitch wavered just slightly, too high, too low, stretching and compressing in ways a human voice shouldn't. Josh's frantic calls overlapped with it. Sarah, where are you? Keep talking, we're coming. He was ahead of us, his figure barely visible through the thick trees, moving faster than seemed possible. The forest felt wrong, even more so now, as if the trees were leaning in closer, their skeletal branches reaching for us. The trail we'd been on was gone, replaced by uneven ground littered with rocks and gnarled roots that caught at our feet. Then we saw him. Josh was standing still in a small clearing, his back to us. The air was different here, heavier, suffocating. A faint mist clung to the ground, curling around his legs like pale, searching fingers. Josh, I called, my voice trembling. He didn't move. Nate grabbed my arm, his grip iron tight. Don't, he whispered. Josh, I called again, louder this time. My voice cracked, echoing unnaturally through the trees. He turned finally, and my stomach plummeted. His face was pale, almost gray, his eyes glassy and wide. His lips moved, but no sound came out at first. Then he whispered, She's here. I followed his gaze and froze. At the edge of the clearing stood Sarah, or something that looked like her. Her clothes were torn, and her hair hung in matted strands over her face. but her posture was wrong, stiff and unnatural, like a puppet on strings. Her head twitched slightly to one side, too fast, and then again, snapping back with a wet crunching sound. "Sarah?" I took a step forward, though every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. "Help me," she said, her voice thin and broken. But her lips didn't move. Josh took a step toward her. "It's okay, we're here," he said, his voice trembling. "No!" Nate barked, pulling me back. "That's not her. Look at her feet." I looked down and felt my blood run cold. Her feet weren't touching the ground. Josh didn't seem to notice or didn't care. He kept moving forward, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. "Josh, stop!" I shouted, but it was too late. She moved suddenly, impossibly fast, closing the distance between them in a single fluid motion. Her head snapped to the side again, and I caught a glimpse of something glinting in the dim light. Teeth, sharp and jagged, far too large for her mouth. Josh screamed. It was a sound I'll never forget, raw and primal, filled with a terror that didn't belong in this world. He stumbled backward, clutching his arm, and we saw the blood, a dark, glistening stream that poured through his fingers. "Run!" Nate yelled, grabbing my hand and yanking me back into the trees. Josh's screams faded behind us, replaced by wet, tearing sounds that turned my stomach. I wanted to look back, but I couldn't. We ran blindly, tripping over roots and crashing through branches, the forest a blur around us. The air felt thicker with every step, each breath a struggle. The smell was back now, stronger than ever, clogging my throat and making my eyes water. And then the voice came again. "Don't leave me." It wasn't Sarah this time. It was Josh. The voice, that thing using Josh's voice, was getting closer. It sounded wounded, pitiful, but still carrying that same warped edge as before. Nate and I didn't slow down. We didn't speak. I think we both knew instinctively that if we stopped, we wouldn't start again. The trees grew darker, more tightly packed, as if the forest itself were trying to funnel us somewhere. The uneven ground clawed at our feet, and Nate tripped, nearly taking me down with him. I hauled him up, both of us breathing hard, and we pressed on until the forest abruptly opened into another clearing. It was wrong, all wrong. The space was circular, too perfect to be natural, and the trees surrounding it leaned inward, their branches tangling overhead to form a grotesque canopy. The ground was bare dirt, scorched black in some places, and in the center stood a twisted wooden structure, a crude effigy of some kind. It looked vaguely human but grotesquely stretched, its limbs branching off unnaturally like antlers. But that wasn't the worst part. The air here, it hummed. Not audibly, but in a way that resonated deep in my bones, a sickening vibration that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. I staggered back, grabbing Nate's arm for balance. "Do you feel that?" I whispered, though my voice sounded muffled, as if the clearing had swallowed the sound. Nate nodded, his face pale, his eyes fixed on the effigy. "We need to go," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Now." We turned to leave, but the forest behind us was gone. Or rather, it had changed. The trees were no longer the tall, straight pines we'd been running through. These were older, gnarled things, their trunks impossibly thick and their branches twisted into unnatural shapes. The path we'd come from had disappeared, replaced by dense thickets that seemed to shift and writhe when I wasn't looking directly at them. Nate took a shaky step forward, but I grabbed his arm. "Wait," I whispered. That's when I saw it. Between the trees, just at the edge of the clearing, something was watching us. It was barely visible, a shadow darker than the surrounding darkness, but its eyes burned like embers, glowing faintly in the dim light. They didn't blink. I squeezed Nate's arm, my nails digging into his skin. "Do you see?" "Yeah," he cut me off, his voice trembling. "I see it." We both stood frozen, unable to move as the thing shifted slightly, its shape becoming more defined. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs unnaturally long and angular. It didn't move like a person. It flowed, its joints bending in ways that made my stomach churn. The humming in the air grew louder, sharper, like it was coming from the creature itself. My vision blurred, and I felt a sudden, intense pressure in my head, like my skull was being squeezed. Nate let out a choked sound and stumbled back, clutching his temples. The creature stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate, and that's when I noticed it. It was holding something, a scrap of fabric, torn and blood-stained. Sarah's jacket. I felt bile rise in my throat, but I couldn't look away. The creature raised its free hand and pointed at us. long, spindly fingers that ended in claws, and the humming stopped. The silence was deafening, and then from deep within the forest we heard it, a low, guttural call like a distorted imitation of a wolf's howl. "Run," Nate whispered, his voice barely audible. We bolted, diving into the twisted forest without any sense of direction. The air was thick and heavy, each breath a struggle, but we didn't stop. The forest seemed alive, branches reaching for us, roots rising to trip us. The howls grew louder, echoing from all sides now, and I realized with dawning horror that they weren't coming from just one creature. There were more. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound twisted into something unnatural. Nate grabbed my hand, pulling me forward as I stumbled over a root, and we burst through another thicket into an open space. This time it wasn't a clearing. It was the edge of a ravine, a sheer drop into blackness that seemed to go on forever. We skidded to a stop, teetering dangerously close to the edge. "Now what?" I gasped, looking frantically for another way out. But the forest was closing in behind us, the howls growing louder, closer. Nate turned to me, his face pale but determined. "We fight it," he said, pulling a hunting knife from his pack. I hadn't even known he had it. "Fight what?" I demanded, panic bubbling over. "We don't even know what it is." He didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the forest, and that's when I saw them. Dozens of glowing eyes moving through the trees, too many to count. The creatures were closing in, their distorted shapes weaving between the trunks like smoke. And then, from somewhere deep inside me, something shifted. A strange clarity settled over me, cold and sharp. I picked up a heavy branch from the ground, my hands trembling but steady enough to hold it. If this was the end, we weren't going down without a fight. Nate's knuckles were white as he gripped the knife, his breath coming fast and shallow. I held the branch in front of me like it could actually do something against whatever this was. The glowing eyes moved closer, their light reflecting off something slick and wet. The creatures, if you could even call them that, emerged from the shadows, revealing themselves in the dim, unnatural glow of the ravine's edge. They weren't uniform in shape. Some were tall and impossibly thin, their elongated limbs ending in razor-sharp claws. Others were smaller, hunched, their backs bristling with spines that jutted out at grotesque angles. Their skin, or whatever passed for skin, was mottled and raw, as if it had been flayed and poorly stitched back together. Worst of all were their faces, or lack thereof. What should have been features were hollow indentations, smeared shadows, or pulsing masses of flesh. The humming sound returned, louder than ever, vibrating through the ground and into my chest. It wasn't just noise. It was pressure, burrowing into my skull and making my vision warp. My grip on the branch faltered, my arms trembling as if the sound was sapping my strength. Nate took a step forward, raising the knife. His voice was a hoarse whisper. "Stay back." The nearest creature tilted its head, as if curious, then opened its mouth. There was no sound, but I could feel it. A palpable wave of dread washing over me. Its mouth was a yawning chasm of jagged teeth, shifting and rearranging themselves like something alive. Another one moved forward faster than I could follow, its spindly limbs scuttling like a spider's. It lunged at Nate, and he swung the knife wildly, catching it across the torso. A thick black ichor sprayed from the wound, hitting the ground with a hiss and filling the air with the stench of burning hair. The creature shrieked, an ear-piercing, unnatural sound that didn't stop when it should have. The others responded, their guttural cries merging into a deafening cacophony. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Nate's arm and pulling him back from the advancing swarm. But there was nowhere to run. Behind us was the sheer drop of the ravine, and the creatures were closing in on every side. My mind raced, every instinct screaming at me to do something, but what could I do? The humming grew sharper, more invasive, until I thought my skull might crack under the pressure. And then, as if responding to some unseen signal, the creatures stopped. Every one of them froze, their heads turning in unison toward the center of the clearing. I followed their gaze, and my stomach dropped. The ground beneath the effigy was shifting. The blackened earth cracked and bulged as something pushed its way to the surface. Long, spindly fingers, no, roots, broke through the soil, writhing like they were alive. The effigy itself began to twist and contort, its wooden limbs splintering as something massive and wrong forced its way out from within. It wasn't just one creature, it was all of them. Dozens of limbs and faces and bodies fused together in a writhing, pulsating mass that defied reason. Eyes blinked open along its surface, too many to count, each one staring directly at us. The air grew colder, the pressure more intense, as if the thing was sucking the life out of the forest itself. The creatures around us began to kneel, their twisted forms bowing toward the abomination in reverence. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but my legs were locked in place, my body paralyzed by the sheer wrongness of what I was seeing. Nate grabbed my arm, his voice barely audible over the sound of the humming and the shifting earth. "We have to jump." "What?" I turned to him, my voice shaking. "Are you insane?" He pointed to the ravine. "It's either that, or this." The thing in the clearing let out a deep, resonant growl that vibrated through my bones. One of its massive, root-like limbs reached toward us, stretching impossibly far. I didn't think. I couldn't. I grabbed Nate's hand, and together we leapt into the darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the rush of air and the pounding of my heart. Then we hit water, icy, bone-chilling water that knocked the breath from my lungs. The current was strong, dragging us along like rag dolls. I fought to the surface, gasping for air, and caught a glimpse of Nate ahead of me, struggling to keep his head above the water. The ravine walls were high, the trees above a jagged silhouette against the faint light of the moon. The creatures didn't follow. Whatever horror we'd left behind seemed bound to the forest, unwilling or unable to chase us into the depths. We floated for what felt like hours before the current slowed, depositing us onto a rocky shore. I crawled onto the slick stones, coughing and shivering, and collapsed beside Nate. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Finally, he broke the silence. What the hell was that? I shook my head, unable to answer. The memory of the thing in the clearing, the way it moved, the way it looked at us, was burned into my mind. But worse than that was the feeling, the certainty that it wasn't over. We'd escaped the forest, but something told me we hadn't left it behind. Not entirely. The porch was tidy, a few flower pots vacant for the winter, and a small porch swing swayed gently in the wind. I must admit I was nervous as I turned to see the gravel road winding through the hills. My house was nearly 15 acres away from my closest neighbor, whose door I was standing in front of. After all, country life was new to me. I gently knocked on the door, the sound of a television coming from the other side. I waited a moment, but no one replied. As I turned, I saw an old Silverado, its red paint dusted with a light gray layer of gravel. I knocked again and waited patiently, but after a minute I turned and began walking down the stairs. "Can I help you, fella?" I heard behind me as the door creaked open slightly. I turned back around to see a man with graying hair and a mustache peering out from behind horn-rimmed glasses. His eyes were a nearly wooden brown. "Hey there, my name is Jake," I said awkwardly. "I'm your new neighbor who moved in a couple of weeks ago, and I was just wondering if I could ask a favor." "And what might that be?" "I just ran out of sugar. I was wondering if I could borrow a cup just to use in my coffee." "Whole lot of sugar for a cup of coffee, I'd say," he replied with a slight, unapproving frown. "You'd be fixing to bounce off the damn pastures with that much sugar." I chuckled nervously. "Well, I'm not going to use the whole thing on my coffee. Just enough to get me by until I get to town to buy some." "You gonna bring me a cup and a half back?" he asked, stepping out onto the porch and locking eyes with me. Taller than me and built like a barrel, he wore thick denim jeans and an even thicker green and black flannel shirt. Confused by his response, I shrugged, searching for the right words. "A cup and a half? You know, it's charge and interest," he answered. "That's usually how stuff works when you borrow, you know." "Well, I guess borrowing was a poor choice of word," I corrected. "Could I have a cup of sugar, please?" The man grunted. He took a step forward, his gaze intense. I offered a gentle smile, hoping to disarm him. He tilted his head back and let out a hearty laugh that echoed around us. "I'm just joshing you, man," he chuckled. "Come on in and let's get you a cup of sugar. Can't have any man starting their day without coffee." "Thanks, sir," I replied. "What's your name, by the way?" "I'm Jebediah, but most people just call me Jeb," he responded, extending his hand for a firm handshake. "Pleasure to meet you, Jake." "Likewise." "All right, come on in and let's get you fixed up," he said, gesturing for me to follow him inside. As I walked through the door, I noticed the wood-paneled walls were adorned with various hunting trophies, and the wooden furniture featured taxidermied wild animals. "Don't worry, they don't bite," Jeb chuckled, noticing my stare at his collection. "I've lived here almost my entire life." "You knew who owned my house before me?" "Yes, sir, Maud Bell. She was an odd duck." "Oh, yeah?" "She wasn't very neighborly," Jeb replied as we walked into his meticulously cleaned kitchen with 4 plates perfectly staged on the table. "We talked a few times, but I miss the days when people were neighborly, you know?" "I wish I could say I did, but I'm from the city," I replied as he searched through a cabinet of labeled mason jars, pulling out one filled with white sugar. "Didn't even really know my neighbors." "That's a damn shame. I remember growing up, stuff like this happened all the time." "Like what?" "This right here, a neighbor coming over for a cup of sugar or asking for some eggs." "Yeah, never much of that where I grew up," I admitted. "Even growing up, I hardly knew my neighbors." "Simpler times, I guess," Jeb added as he filled a smaller mason jar with sugar for me, carefully avoiding spilling any on his counter. "So, what brought you to live down this way?" "Well, I work remotely, so I figured I'd get out of the city to somewhere more affordable and settle down." "What do you do?" "Project management." "Oh, one of them computer guys," Jeb chortled. "I don't know much about all that fancy tech stuff. I still use an old flip phone." "Nothing wrong with retro sometimes," I said as I looked around Jeb's kitchen and saw a couple of guns sitting next to his back door, a rifle and a shotgun. Sometimes I'd forget where I moved, and this was totally normal. "So it's just you in the house?" Jeb turned with a jar full of sugar in his hand and nodded. "Yep, the kids are all grown up now, and the wife ran off a few years back." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear." "Don't be, I'm better off without her nagging my ear off. Women, you know." Jeb chuckled again. "You live by yourself, right?" "Yeah," I said, slightly caught off guard by his assumption as he handed me the cup of sugar. It was more than a cup. "Thanks, Jeb." "No problem, that's what good neighbors do." The only sound was the clicking of my keyboard when I heard a faint knock at the front door. I continued typing, hoping to get the last email sent off, but the knocking grew louder, more insistent, and finally aggressive. "1 second, I'm coming," I shouted, hitting enter to send the email. It must have been the 30th time I'd hit send, but the knocking stopped before I reached the door. As I opened it, I saw Jeb marching angrily over to an ATV and retrieving a shotgun. He pointed it in the air, pulled the trigger, and a boom erupted across the air. "What the hell?" I screamed, startled. Jeb, who had noticed me at the door, grinned widely. He placed the gun on the ATV and shuffled over to me. "That's called a holler doorbell," he explained. "Okay, I've never heard of that," I replied. "But I would appreciate it if you didn't do that." His grin vanished, replaced by a blank expression. "How was I supposed to get your attention then?" he asked bluntly. "The knock got my attention," I said. "I was on my way to the door. I was just in my office." "I saw your car, figured you were home," he stated, standing inches from me, peering into my doorway. "Sorry, I know you're new around here. I didn't think it through." "It's okay, I guess," I said. "So what's up, Jeb?" "I was just wondering if you have a stick of butter," he asked, his gleeful grin returning. My nerves, however, were still a little rattled. "Mind if I borrow some?" "Are you going to bring a stick and quarter next time?" I awkwardly tried to joke. He looked at me in silence for almost 10 seconds, but then his head tilted back and he laughed loudly, even harder than the time he used the same joke. "Good one, sir." "All right, let's get you a stick of butter," I replied, starting to feel a little more at ease as I walked inside. Jeb followed his eyes, darting back and forth as if he was soaking in my house. "Really gave this place a facelift, didn't you?" "Yeah, I've owned it for a couple months before I moved in," I answered as we walked through the house towards the kitchen. "It just needed a little modernizing, you know? By golly, it almost feels like I walked into the future," Jeb chortled, as the two of us stepped into my kitchen. As I opened the refrigerator and pulled out a stick of butter, handing it over to him. "Nothing too fancy, I assure you," I said while handing him the stick of butter. He continued to scan everything around him silently as held onto the butter. "So, got any plans for the weekend?" "Just gonna be watching college games." "Ah, are your kids coming over?" He sneered and said, "They don't come around, Jake." "Oh, sorry, I just thought..." "Why would you bring that up?" he asked coldly, his face blank. "Do I ask you about your dumb family?" "Excuse me?" "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that," he replied, his grin returning, though it felt unnerving. "All right, well, I am sorry if it feels like I am rushing you out the door," I replied. "But I have to get back to work." "I get it, you gotta get back to that fancy moon man job," Jeb said with a hearty laugh. Thanks for the butter, neighbor. It's no problem, I said as we walked to the front door. He patted me on the back a couple of times, but something about his eyes when he did it was off, as if he was wishing he was slapping me. All right, I will see you around sometime. Yeah, see you around, I said nervously, as I watched him walk down to his ATV. He turned around one last time, giving a big wave with an even bigger smile before mounting his vehicle and revving the engine loudly. I wasn't sleeping well. The sound of ATV engines and wheels kept creeping into my dreams, waking me up. My phone displayed 3:45 a.m. I got out of bed, turning on the light before heading downstairs for a glass of water. I hoped hydrating would allow me to fall back asleep. As I returned to my bedroom, I debated for a moment whether to go back to sleep or simply start my day early. As I walked over to my window, I gazed out at the scenery. It was an adjustment from city life, but I was slowly starting to appreciate the quiet. However, that appreciation was brief as I scanned the field and saw something in the distance. There, standing in the pasture, sitting on an ATV and looking directly at my window was Jeb. What the fuck? I quickly turned off my light to feign sleep, but I could hear it. Maybe it wasn't a dream. Could Jeb have been circling my property with his ATV all night? No, that's crazy. But so is sitting in a field at 3:45 a.m. It was a faint but slow rumble in the distance as I stood frozen in the dark bedroom. It inched closer, each second sending a thudding tremor through my chest. Before I knew it, I heard a knock at the door. A few seconds later, another knock, this time heavier and more aggressive. Maybe he'll think I'm asleep? No, I'm an idiot for even thinking that. He's clearly unhinged. I needed to call the cops, but I didn't want him to see me move, so I did the only thing that came to mind. I crawled, the knocking growing angrier and louder, slowly inching on my knees towards my nightstand to reach my phone. Then came the loud bang. I was stiffly on my hands and knees as glass rained down on me. I looked up to see my bedroom window shattered from the shotgun blast. Oh, looks like my late-night doorbell might have been a little off-center, Jeb yelled with his hearty laugh. You blew out my fucking window, I yelled back. So you are awake? Anyone would be awake with an ATV drive-by. Suppose you're right about that, Jeb responded. You think I can grab a beer? No, it's almost 4 in the morning. Well, I was going to do some smoking takes about 12 hours. I don't fucking care, I screamed. You shot my window out and I am calling the cops. It was silent for a moment, giving me the slight bit of hope that my threat to call the police would make him go away. But after another one of his laughs, Jeb said, That's not very neighborly of you to call the cops. You shot my window out, I yelled, crawling over to where my phone lay and beginning to dial 911. Seriously, Jeb, go home and wait for the cops there. You know how far out we are? Jeb responded with a cold tone. We are about 45 minutes away from town, and if you're lucky, just maybe they have a trooper stationed down at the exit. But around this time, he's usually at the Buc-ee's watching YouTube videos and eating jerky. Jeb, I'm calling them now, I yelled one more time, but was greeted not by a response but another shotgun blast that shattered the remaining window frame. I just need a beer, Jake, Jeb screamed. Hell, I'll even bring you a platter of what I'm smoking. I don't have any beer. What kind of man lives in the country and doesn't have beer? Me, this guy, the one who had his window shot out and is about to call the cops. I don't believe you, he shouted. No, I am actually calling the cops, I shouted back. Not about that, Jeb hurled back. About the beer, I know you got one in the fridge. What? I want to see for myself, Jeb screamed. I want to know if you are just lying and not being a good neighbor. I am not letting you in, I countered loudly. Fear gripped me as I heard an ATV engine roar to life. Peeking out the window, I braced myself for the worst. Jeb was revving his engine. He launched himself towards my house, and a tremendous thud shook the front door. I knew I had to get out, and quickly. I ran downstairs and dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? The operator's voice crackled. My neighbor. He's trying to break into my house with his ATV. He's been shooting at me, I screamed, the sound of the engine deafening as Jeb rammed the front door. The wood splintered, and the frame groaned under the pressure from the ATV. Sir, are you somewhere safe? The operator asked. No, he's trying to break in. Sir, try to find a safe place. I am dispatching someone now, the operator replied. I fled towards the kitchen, past the refrigerator, and towards the back door, desperate to escape my own home from Jeb. It was frigid outside. but I heard the front door finally succumb to the constant assault as I scrambled further into the biting cold. I had to escape. I started running towards the edge of my property, but then I heard Jeb shout, "You were right. You didn't have any beer." I turned to see him standing at my back door, but all I could do was run. My ribs ached with every pounding step, but the sickening roar of the ATV grew louder. Horror gripped me as I saw Jeb approaching, his face a mask of grim determination. "I'm gonna get ya," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the pastures and woods. "I called the cops," I shouted back, but my words seemed to only fuel his pursuit. He slowed momentarily, as if toying with me, before unleashing the ATV again. I could hear his manic laughter in the distance. "All right, this time I'm really gonna get you." The engine roared, propelling him forward with renewed speed. I pushed myself harder, my eyes fixed on the creek embankment, my last hope of escape. "You think you can get away?" Jeb shouted, his face inches from mine as we raced side by side. "Don't you know what it's like to be a good neighbor?" He stared at me, then swerved his head, realizing we were both heading towards the creek bed. Panic flared in his eyes. He slammed on the brakes, attempting a sharp turn, but the ATV flipped, throwing Jeb off as it barrel rolled several times into the field. I stopped running, my sides burning. An eerie silence descended, broken only by the distant wail of approaching sirens. A loud moan pierced the air. I approached Jeb, who laid on the ground, his head bleeding profusely, his legs twisted in unnatural ways. A chilling grin spread across his face. "Be a good neighbor now," he groaned, "and call an ambulance."